In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Guestler was his name. In the center of the village Guestler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Guestler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Guestler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Guestler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Guestler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Guestler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Guestler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Guestler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Guestler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Sorry, one more second, guys. I'll be right there. Sorry. One more second. One more thing I need to finalize.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis." Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good, how she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her, how she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come Ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Hello, 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 hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Jenny. Hello, a Clark Vibe. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Erica. Hello, German Cow JJ. I said it twice. I did it. I'm sorry. Hello, Solidus Snake 69. Hello, Kissimajolk. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. And ya boy Max, hello. Hello, Dustin the Damned. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Ava Nemini. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, hello, hello. Let me make sure I have all the things. I do. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Dragon Wing. Hello, Unicorn Company. Hello, Vernal the Oryx. 10-month countdown to bottom surgery? Oh, hell yeah. Hello, Valkyrie the Smith. Hello, all the wonderful stars. Hello, Anime Sidekick Gal. Isn't it nice to be human? I agree. Hello, Atomic VT. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello! You request all break songs be from Seth Staten Watkins? Can do. Just remind me. Hello, Ava Limebat. Hello, Christina, or should I say Gamer G. Hello, Queer Devil. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, Queer Devil. I think I just said that one twice too. Damn it. Hello, Lemony Rosebalm. Hello, Moss Imp. Hello, Synthwave89. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Iverixer 86. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Gamer G. I know I'm starting late, but you know, I get here when I get here sometimes. Hello, Robert Adsaid. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Werix. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Narratives Verse. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Abyssal Liz. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, you're not going to get me to say it twice. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Cute top, thank you. Also, you can see the Imogene Olivia bralette underneath my my top. I think it's a cute look. Also, they have these little hand things. I like it. How much deeper into hell are we all tonight? You know, oddly enough, I would say maybe a little bit less deep into hell than we were yesterday. You look enchanting with that tree. Thank you. Super busy. I'm upset that Cat Abu Ghazaleh lost. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Daniel Biss winning. If I can level with you guys, Daniel Biss winning is not the devil incarnate winning in that race, but it's still deeply disappointing that Cat didn't win. She did put up a hell of a fight, and honestly, if she ever wanted to make another go at that same seat or a higher office, I think she's built an impressive apparatus to allow her to do that. She's still gaining on Biss. I mean, it's already been called, but you know, if that changes during the course of this stream, that'd be great. Laura Fine losing was key. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. Like, Laura Fine losing was the most important part of that race. It would have been nice to have an explicitly anti-APAC, anti-J Street, anti-Super PAC candidate win like Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. And Daniel Biss is somebody who is, on paper, anti-APAC. In practice, is just accepting sideways donations from groups aligned with APAC, like J Street. And it's telling that APAC had to drop a mountain of money into that race. Yeah, of course. Of course. The fact that, like, Kat got so close to winning that primary when literally tens of millions of dollars were being deployed into races in Illinois, I think should tell y'all a lot, you know? Yeah, I'm bringing that up to my response to my congressperson and her connections with J Street. Yeah, because the thing is, like, as far as like a distinction between J Street and APAC, there isn't really a huge difference. The main difference is that J Street is willing to back people who are pro-Israel but are willing to criticize the Netanyahu government. And, like, let's be completely clear here, like, there are some deep institutional issues in in Israel beyond just Netanyahu's in charge, you know? APAC seemed content to let Biss win to go after Cat. Yeah, well, and that's because I think that, like, J Street and APAC are more or less aligned in their overarching goal. It's just that J Street is becoming a less toxic brand to accept money from. Is Netanyahu alive? Last I heard. A rookie politician doing that well against that uphill battle, she'll go far. How'd Jeng do in the primary again? Fifth? Yeah, something like that. Hey, Maliki. Hey, blueberry bumblebees. There have been rumors that Netanyahu's dead. I don't believe. I believe that there are certainly rumors. I don't believe that he is dead. No. Twitter told me he's dead for real. Look, I have not seen anything to that effect. As of 8 minutes ago, yeah, I'm not. Look, if Netanyahu was killed, it would almost certainly be the biggest news story on Al Jazeera, and that has not happened. So the internet might be full of people who tell lies sometimes. God. Biss is up 3,900 votes with about 9,500 outstanding votes. It's unlikely, but not dead. Man, the feeling that I get when I look at the primary election results is that I really wish more folks who are closely aligned with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh had dropped out. Like, I feel like there was a push from some of these moneyed groups to muddy the waters and, like, I don't know, prolong some of these primary campaigners who were aligned with Kat in order to split the vote, Have I watched the Soup Brain conference? You'll have to be more specific. Unfortunately, that refers to too many things. Thank you, Amber Brains. If I'm not mistaken, the conspiracies all arrived because of a low-res re-upload that made it look like he had 6 fingers. I see. progressives swept everywhere else outside of Kat's race in Illinois. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like, almost everywhere. I know that there was a Virginia race where the GOP overperformed for the first time in like years.
All our bargaining units voted to ratify our first contract as a union
Oh,
this
hell
week.
yeah!
I believe this is the first contract for our employer that was not already in place when they acquired the site.
Hell yeah! Megan H, congratulations!
Yesterday was my B-Day. Can I get a shout out or song?
Absolutely, Chris Huggins. Megan H, thank you for the $10 super chat and for being the first person to support the stream today. Very much appreciated. And Chris Huggins, of course you can get a birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Chris Huggins 466. Happy birthday to you. And many more. What's happening in Cat's race? I missed the news. Right now, there are about 9,500 outstanding votes. Daniel Biss is ahead by 3,500. It is not entirely clear that Biss is the winner, but just statistically, it's likely he is the winner. You know? Also, man, it would have been really nice for the story that dropped earlier to have come out a bit sooner about Daniel Biss having an inappropriate relationship with one of his students when he was a professor. That would have been useful info that voters probably wanted to know, you know? All y'all are not immune to propaganda. True. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a public transport strike going on in the city where I work, Munich. So our boss called off our bi-weekly office day, but it wouldn't impact any of our actual travels, so I'm hovering over the head in button. Pretty sad how socialists these days have become such vile anti-Semites. I mean, the anti-Semitism is overwhelmingly coming from, conservatives. Like, it just full stop. And honestly, a lot of the anti-Semitism is coming from groups like, oh god, what's it called? What's that organization that purports to be against anti-Semitism? What is that one called? ADL? Yes. It's the ADL. Thank you. Jesus. I take a couple days off and suddenly my brain is mush. But like the ADL is going out there and saying the state of Israel and Jewish people are one and the same. And it's just like that's not how religion works at all. Conservatives support Judaism? No, they don't. Source, I literally worked at in a very conservative area of the Midwest, at a Bible camp for multiple years. Conservatives do not support Judaism. Conservatives support completing a ritual to summon Jesus Christ too. And that is not at all an exaggeration, okay? It was routinely a thing talked about in conservative Christian circles. And I want you to understand that the conservative Christians who support Judaism and support Israel do so because they think that by doing so, they can fulfill biblical prophecy and summon Jesus Christ. And when that happens, all the Jews die in their conception of this reality. So when you say, well, they support Judaism, no, they don't. No, they don't. They use it as a useful cudgel against their enemies, and then they use nation-building colonial ideas like what are pushed by Israel and in order to achieve their
I'm at work, so will mostly be
geopolitical
lurking,
goals.
but my B-day was a couple days ago. Can I also get a happy birthday song?
Yes, you can. But at a certain point, we will have to have a limit on birthday songs. But Splintered Orion, thank you for the $10 dono. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Splintered Orion. Happy birthday to you and many more. The evangelical conservative right fundraise for Israel. Are you not listening to anything I'm saying? Or are you too slow to understand my words? Also, Judaism, conflating Judaism and Israel is genuinely anti-Semitic. Like, just as an FYI, saying that one nation represents all Jewish people is anti-Semitic. Lols. The conflation is also the goal. Well, yeah, because again, by conflating it, it allows for the anti-Semitism to become dog whistleable. Socialists biting the hand that feeds. I don't think you understand what socialism is, and I think you're here to troll. Bye. Let's see. Evangelicals don't even support other Christians. That is very true, and something we're going to be talking about. Hey Jack, your calls to action got into my brain in recent weeks, so I went to my local Dem caucus this evening. I guess I'm a precinct chair and delegate now? Oh, fuck yeah. But see what I mean? See what I mean, guys? Like, genuinely, if you just show up and say yes when they're offering positions within the party, like, guess what? They will literally hand you leadership positions. They will literally just give you power. You just have to be in the room and not come across like a fucking lunatic. Those are your two jobs. Do you have any advice for someone on the fence about transitioning? I mean, my advice is that if you're on the fence about transitioning, like, cis people are never on the fence about transitioning. Just like full stop. Like, cisgender people are never sitting around being like, man, I wish I could transition. That's not something cis people do. So if you're already at the point where you're like, oh, should I transition? Should I not? Like, you should probably go through with it. You know, if that is what your heart is telling you, like, I don't know. I wish I had transitioned sooner. Basically every trans person I know wishes we hadn't faffed about with, like, you know, going back and forth for years, and wish we had done it sooner. You know? Thanks, Selena Mary. And I mean, like, the only other considerations really are, like, practically, like, are you in a position where, like, if you transition, are you going to, like, I don't know, be at risk of violence? Then maybe figure out that situation first before you transition. But, like, you know, if you are in an otherwise safe situation with supportive people in your life, like, you know, go for it. Lemony fucking Snicket, is it rude to ask if someone going for intentionally androgynous, if you can't figure them out? I mean, you could just ask them what their pronouns are, and then like ask them about like their aesthetic choices. I think that'd be fine. I'm non-binary and I'd like to appear a little more feminine or androgynous, and I'm on the fence about HRT too. I mean, I would say, again, with HRT, most of the changes are like reversible. So if you start seeing stuff that you really don't like, you can just stop. You know?
Anytime I don't know what I want, I flip a coin but I don't look at it. In that moment where I don't know what it is, I can feel what I really want.
Oh shit, that's wonderful advice, Begrackled. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, worst that can happen is you discover you aren't trans and you continue your journey of self-discovery. True. True. I like that a lot. I want to take this time to give you your flowers for being a great person first and foremost, and for opening my eyes to so many things and digging into things to see the truth. Your time and effort is great. Thank you. I don't know what happened with the cestus. I don't know about that part, but you're very welcome. I'm glad. Hey, Shiloh, a little behind, but I also went to my first Dem Caucus event today, and I also signed up to be a delegate. Fuck yeah. Look, guys, as we rise, as this community gets bigger and bigger, my goal is for more and more of you to get involved in your local politics, okay? I would love for us to be a kind of boarding party to the Democratic Party, to get rid of all of these corporatist assholes who are ruining our country and watering down progressive politics. I would love for us to jettison all that dead weight. And you guys can be part of that when you show up and you start taking up space in the party, you know? Really proud of you guys. Also, do consider jumping over to riverboat.gg and talk to GamerG or Dragonfly, and they can get you into our organizing chats for DSA and for your local Dems.
I'm a cracked egg at 40, but I don't feel like a woman. I just know I'm not a cis man. Still trying to figure myself out. You and your content help sex.
Thank you. Self-discovery sometimes takes a long time, you know? I think it was like I recently heard a quote from Aristotle about self-improvement and improving the mind as an unending task, and so is, I think, the process of getting to know oneself. You know, it is always going to be an ongoing struggle to know yourself, but engaging in that struggle, I think, is a worthwhile endeavor. It is good to know oneself. And so, like, if...
I love how safe this chat is for LGBTQ+. Thank you, Jack.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Doing my best to keep the awful folks out of here. Which is, by the way, why I turned on the subscriber window, to kind of like limit how many gross people are coming in here trying to be dicks. But K thing, I would just say, you know, like, you don't have to feel like a woman. You don't have to feel like a cis man. You can feel however you want to feel and get to know that new part of you, or maybe that familiar part of you that has been heretofore unnamed. That is an interesting journey in itself. And like, I know that when I began like questioning my gender identity, I didn't immediately say I was a trans woman. I felt a lot of different feelings about, what exactly am I? Now that I've acknowledged that I'm, you know, perhaps not in this binary, what am I? And it took me some time to like figure that out. And now I feel pretty comfortable with binary she her pronouns and stuff, but like for a while I was calling myself non-binary and like trying out different pronouns and stuff. Like it was a process. And no one has it figured out right away. What I'd really like to do is lose some weight first because my stomach makes me hella dysphoric. I feel that. I have been on a weight loss journey recently as well. Been doing a lot of running and also keeping track of my calories. Also, I need to mess with my heater real quick. Oof. You have to be a sub for a year to comment on Al Jazeera. Honestly, fair. I'm sure they get a lot of shit tier commenters. Yo!
Time to kick off some donos here. So,
Ashley!
EWA.
Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that. You look great tonight. Thank you. I got you, K-Thing. I have to know, is your hair natural? It's glorious. Thank you. It is dyed, but it's dyed an undercolor that already exists in my hair. This is just the color my hair is when the sun hits it just right, naturally. And I wanted that color to be the overtone instead of just like an undertone. She's Minnesotan. That's true. I am Minnesotan. All right, you guys want to start doing content stuff? When is Takis? Thursday. Yes, I will be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show on Thursday to debate transphobes or talk to folks who are questioning their ideas about gender, and it'll be a good time. I hope y'all will turn up for that, or at least watch the VOD. It's some good stuff. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Did Cat win? Daniel. The race has been called for Daniel Biss, but there's still a number of outstanding votes that could turn it. Yeah, 92% of the votes are in, and Biss has a 3-point lead on Abu Ghazaleh. But the difference between them is like 4,200 votes. And yeah, it remains to be seen exactly the final count. But I would say it's pretty much called for Biss at this point. Is Takis only for debating trans issues, also for general trans-related questions? It is also for general trans-related questions. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Exactly. Looks like APAC got what they wanted. Well, the interesting thing is that APAC didn't exactly get what they wanted, because what they wanted was Laura Fine to win that race. And Laura Fine did lose. It's more like APAC got their compromise candidate, you know? Are you guys ready to jump into the show tonight? Will Dr. Softhole make an appearance on Takis? No. Yeah, for APAC, it became clear at some point, maybe like a month ago, that it was either going to be Abagazale or Biss who won the primary. And so they started muddying the waters downstream of Cat to try and like keep other progressive candidates in the race and peeling some of that progressive support away from Cat, sadly. Well, yes. I mean, Biss has made statements against APAC, but in the past he was supportive of APAC and he's changed his stance on paper, but he's still accepting money from J Street, which is closely aligned with APAC. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. APAC needs to be defunded. I mean, super PACs need to stop being a thing. Did I miss Thomas the Tank Engine erotic fan fiction? No, it's currently being worked on by our very own Paladin Lost. Whenever it gets finished, I'll read it on stream. Montana is trying to stop super PACs. I have talked about that story in the past. It's a really fucking important one. In fact, I have it just like up on my screen. This is from June of last year. But basically, people want to put a ballot initiative on the statewide ballot in order to bar super PAC spending in Montana. Let's see. The idea, called the Transparent Election Initiative, would be a state constitutional amendment that would simply prohibit corporations from making political campaign donations using the state's power to control how corporations operate in the state. Mangan kicked off the initiative in a call with reporters on Wednesday, which I think is a very I think that has a very good shot of winning, you know. And honestly, when you get involved in politics on the local level with your DSA or your local Dems, this is the kind of shit you can put up. You can start pushing for things like this from your local government. Are you worried that SCOTUS will kill this proposal? Not really. I think it's pretty hard. I think it'd be an uphill battle for them, considering states have the right to control commerce in their states. And I think fighting against that would open a whole Pandora's box of problems. Thomas the Tank Engine erotica. Look, it's from some of my previous appearances on Takis where I asked some particularly thick and dumb transphobes whether or not they think Thomas the Tank Engine is a he because he has a train penis. Writing is done, all 12 volumes. I just need to edit it and finish developing complex train-only language they use called Raelian. I love it. I love it a lot. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, let's jump into the show, shall we? We've got a lot to talk about. I took a day off. Okay? Let's go. First, I wanted to show you like a I wanted to show you my pebble, a cool thing, all right? I wanted to show you just a cool thing that I think is fucking neat, all right? And what that is, of course, is the new trailer from yesterday of the Sekiro anime called Sekiro No Defeat, which looks cool as fuck. Let's go.
そなた、一人か。
腕ある忍びとお見受けした。
まだ死ぬ定めではないと見える。我、光に付き従う影。この国に明日があるとは限らぬぞ。
我らが争わぬ道はないのでしょうか。
主は絶対悠長として守る。
頼んだぞ、狼。
騒がしいやつ、石腕の狼、赤狼よ。貴様、何故戦う？
死を厭わぬのですか。
なすべきことをなす。
楽しんでおくれなせがれどまだ苦労のせがれよ。
狼、共に来るか。
その力を与えられた者は死してなおよみがえる。
さらばだ。
この世のすべては死にゆく。
さらばだ。
じゃが
生きろ。
私とそなたはそこにはおらぬ。
生きろ。
流因の血を。
何故死ぬ。
我が命まで求めるか。
何故生きる。
狼よ、我が血と共に生きてくれ。
Oops, all Sakuga. What an impressive showing of animation. Holy shit. What is this? Princess Mononoke vibes? This is, who animated this? It does not say. But this is called Sekiro No Defeat. It's based on the video game Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, which is a fucking great video game and you all should play it, okay? Whew. Let's see. It's directed by Kenichi Kutsuna and is produced by Qzilla. Oh, it's a collaboration between Arch and Katakawa. And it is a fully hand-drawn 2D production, no AI. That look cool as fuck, right? What's your favorite series anime? Fuck. I have a lot of favorites. Like, I really liked Violet Evergarden. I really liked Violet Evergarden a lot. I really liked Konosuba a lot. God, there's a lot. Death Parade is up there for me. It's one of my favorites. Frieren is obviously up there as well. Devil is a Part-Timer is pretty fun. Probably not in my top 10. Cowboy Bebop, of course, is up there. Don't Touch My Eyes Again is also very good. That's true. Fuck. there were a few others that I really, really like, and whenever anyone asks me my favorites, I just like freeze up and I forget. I'm like, what are my favorite animes? I don't even know. Have I ever even seen an anime before? I don't know. Clearly not. God. I'm just looking through a list of the different animes I've seen, of course. Oh, Gurren Lagann, of course, up there. Odd Taxi, Spice and Wolf. I don't know. Anime is cool. I just like it. I think it's neat. Also, shout out to the irresponsible Captain Tyler. If you guys haven't watched the irresponsible Captain Tyler, you need to fix that. It's so fucking good. um it okay, in the first episode, he decides he wants an easy life, so he joins the military only to flirt too hard with an AI, like a military assessor, so hard and so successfully that she decides she must have him and proceeds to start an intergalactic war, and he gets drafted into the military and proceeds to just fail his way up the ranks in one of the best comedy shows I've ever seen, that simultaneously also takes the space opera war element very seriously. So it's very funny. Honestly, it's kind of like a Doctor Strangelove situation. Joining the military for an easier life. Exactly. Like, Captain Tyler is both the biggest dummy in the universe, but also just the best. And I don't really know how to say that without spoiling so much of it, but like it's genuinely great. What if Record of Lodoss War was a comedy? Exactly. Good night, Stegocephalian. All right, you guys did lock me down into a massive sidetrack. Let's take a look at this, okay? All right. Do. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Joe Kent. Now, for those of you who don't know who Joe Kent is, he was essentially, well, he's been in politics for a hot minute. And he worked as like the head of Donald Trump's like counterintelligence, a counterterrorism unit, and literally the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. And he resigned earlier today. And something to know about Joe Kent is that he is a massive conspiracy theorist and also an anti-Semite. And so, like, this is definitely a case of, you know, let them fight. It's just like two objectively terrible forces colliding here. And, let me see if I can pull up the statement here. Yeah, here it is. President Trump, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. It's clear we started the war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic that Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect on what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation, Joseph Kent. So, yeah, just as an FYI, I want to remind you all, Joe Kent is a lunatic, okay? And, like, don't allow this to be like, wow, look at Joe Kent being so reasonable. Because he's not a reasonable person or a reasonable man, right? Let me pull this up here. Yeah. Just throwing this up here. Mr. Kent is not an ordinary war critic. He has long had a penchant for conspiracy theories, suggesting without evidence that FBI agents could have been responsible for orchestrating the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. He has dismissed allegations that Russia manipulated the 2016 election, saying such accusations were part of the Russia hoax. Mr. Kent also accused of pressuring analysts to change their findings on a Venezuelan prison gang to match the Trump administration's views. And he's there was someone I saw earlier who talked about working with Joe Kent. Let me pull that up real quick. Where was it? Here. Well, this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but just as a reminder, this is how a relatively moderate outlet like Talking Points Memo talks about Joe Kent. The curious case of election-denying white supremacist freak show Joe Kent. God. Some people are inclined to be sympathetic to the ideas contained in Kent's claim that it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. All right, let's just take a look. Kent's comments, predictably, revealingly, are not so much to blame Israel as to exonerate Trump. That's precisely how anti-Semitism works. It's not Trump's fault. He was taken in by pressure from the Israelis. The U.S. has its own vast intelligence resources. It has its own regional exports. Israel couldn't pressure or convince Trump that Iran posed some imminent threat to the U.S. Indeed, no one in the Trump White House thought anything like that. The U.S. and Israel went to war not because Iran was strong or about anything to do with the U.S. or really anyone else, but because they are currently so weak. Yeah. Dude's a fucking freak, you know? He's been friends to numerous anti-Semites long before today's news broke. Which is true. Let me pull up this real quick. Where is it? Ah, here we are. This is an attorney and advisor who worked in politics for a while, named Eric Robinson. My favorite personal Joe Kent moment was right after the 2020 election, where I had to insist, plead, beg him to understand that the Supreme Court wasn't going to hold a jury trial to determine if the Italians had used secret satellites to steal the election. When we talk about Joe Kent, that's the kind of shit he talked about on the regular. Okay? Like, he's genuinely a freak. Like, the kind of freak who thinks Italians used advanced satellites to steal an election. Like, remember right after the 2020 election, and people were saying, conservatives were saying in particular, oh, well, you know, the ghost of Hugo Chavez possessed, like, the voting machines. Dude went a step further than that and was just like, yes, the Italians are working against us. He was just off on an island of his own. Okay? But, you know, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say after the news broke to him about Joe Kent.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash?
Again, I do want to reiterate, we're going to be talking about this at some more length later on tonight. Donald Trump's brain is going, because you didn't know him that well. You just thought he was a nice guy, but he was weak on security. My brother in Christ, you appointed him. You appointed Joe Kent. You're the guy who said this is the person who should be in charge of counterterrorism in the United States. You put him in that position. Did you put him in that position because you were just a really nice guy, just a swell president? Like, understand that in this conception of Trump's world, he's a huge moron. He's a huge moron. All right? Like, that's the explanation he's giving. But Yeah, anyway, Joe Kent has a long history of being supported by Donald Trump. Here is his 2024 endorsement of Joe Kent.
In later years, that you're going to say, I'm very proud of my vote. You can be very proud of Joe Kent. This is a true American hero, and you'll be so proud that he represents you. So get out there and vote for Joe and Donald. Thank you all. In later years,
like, oh, I didn't know him very well, but I did do a town hall for him. I did endorse him into Congress, and I did appoint him to a position of prominence to fight terrorism. Like, I just want you to know, I know that in the grand scheme of things, this particular interaction here is small, but I think it says an awful lot about how Donald Trump is just constantly trying to dodge accountability for the things he's done. And Joe Kent, even as he's leaving, because Donald Trump unilaterally led us into a war with Iran, and Joe Kent is leaving the administration over it. Even then, Joe Kent is playing defense for Donald Trump and Donald Trump's ego. No, sir. It couldn't possibly be because Donald Trump made a poor decision, made a stupid, idiotic, moronic decision. No, it must be because the dastardly Israelis tricked him. And it's like, you know, maybe he shouldn't be. If you think that he's capable of being tricked, maybe he shouldn't be the president anymore. Maybe someone who can just be bamboozled into unilaterally taking us into a war that no one asked for shouldn't be president, because they are too simple-minded to be trusted with the kind of power that they have. You know, that's like the thing, though. But you can say and set up scenarios where the obvious conclusion is that Donald Trump is the biggest moron ever to lead this country, as long as you try your best to protect his ego in the immediate sense by saying, no, it's not your fault. You didn't do this. It's so frustrating to watch day after day after day of this. But here we are. This is America. And this is who we are. Don't look away. Instead, get angry and do something about it. Okay, folks? We need people to organize. We need you to go to your local Democratic meetings. We need you to go to your local DSA meetings. We need you to get organized with other like-minded people on the local level so we can build a political power base that will push out centrist Democrats who are trying to, play cute about whether or not they support Donald Trump going into Iran, who are trying to play cute about whether or not the United States should be supporting a genocide. We don't have time for those kinds of Democrats anymore. We don't have time for these Democrats that are doing the bidding of billionaires. We don't have time for that anymore. We need to get organized. So go join your local Dems, go join your local DSA, and make your local Dems more progressive, make your local DSA more effective. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if you can't join the Discord for whatever reason, join riverboat.gg and find them in this chat over here, because they are active in there quite often. So go do those things. And also, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help the algorithm for whatever reason. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Everyone finds it comfortable and flattering and sexy, and you should check it out too. Link down in the description, and I'm actually wearing it right now. I think it looks great. So anyway, go check that out. ImogeneOlivia.com. New colors, styles, and sizes coming in the near future. With that, let's keep on going. We did it. Miss Riverbutt Jack, how can this really work? Isn't this how the Democrats started and how they ended up? They had to become the Republicans to keep up with them. I know this is a good fight. I mean, how it really works is you join your local Democratic Party and you get other like-minded people to join your local Democratic Party, and then you Tea Party these motherfuckers out of office. That's what you do. You organize, and there are more of us that oppose genocide. There are more of us that oppose billionaires. There are more of us in this country than there are of these weaselly sellouts like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Okay? The basic understanding that we all have to be operating on is that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more decent, upstanding people who believe in freedom than there are conservative lickspittles who will take the crumbs of billionaires. I believe that. And I believe if enough of us band together and join together in common cause, there's nothing that they can do to stop us. Not a single thing. So, all that being said, that is my position. I hear Cat 1. Where did you hear that? I have to ask. Because that is not what I'm seeing. %95 of the votes are in, but she is 3,900 votes behind at this point. Last I checked, she was ahead by a good bit. She is not ahead right now. Oh, Kat Abu already gave her concession speech. That's a damn shame. However, I do think she has built a platform that will allow her to run again for this seat, or an even higher office. I could see her doing either of those things. So we lost? It's less that we lost and more that we got a compromise candidate. The loss scenario would be Laura Fine winning. And she lost, so that's good. Does a concession speech matter if she still ekes out the vote count? I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't matter if she ekes out the vote count, but she's still trailing by like 3.2%, 3.4%. But overall, today was a really good election night. Basically, every other race in Illinois went to the progressive. Any Austin head should look at Genetically Modified Skeptic. I do like Genetically Modified Skeptic. I'm aware of his content. I'm a bit behind here. Cat running for a congressional seat in a primary. Yes. What would it take for there to be a runoff? I mean, there would need to be I don't know that there'd be a runoff necessarily. I don't exactly know. State by state rules vary. Maybe there'd just be a recount. I'm unsure. Also, Pika Hudsonian, thank you very much for the gifted membership earlier and the gifted membership now. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. Good evening, Gomez. Cat is down 3,800 with about 5,200 votes in play. It ain't over, but it's over. Yeah, it's over. Illinois doesn't do runoffs. There you have it. Again, I am a little upset with other progressives running down ballot. That not down ballot, but other progressives running in the primary who didn't drop out when they saw what was at stake. It's very, very frustrating. You should collab with Dead Domain someday. I agree. We do know each other. Just have to find like an actual good topic to collab on. Although, didn't Dead Domain collab with Surus on that video I also collabed on? So technically, maybe we did a collab already. Oh, Trump absolutely could have stopped Israel from bombing Iran. Like, Israel only ever does stuff that the United States allows it to do. If they did not have US backing, they would not have done this. Suarez, who also collabs with Vice Rhino? Yes. I heard this thing about music. It said if you have a chord with 3... Okay, I'm moving on. I can't just keep reading chat. All right. Also, folks, if you are enjoying the show, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button. Click the buttons that support the show. You know where they are. Here's a little reminder. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Oh, God. Oh, Liz Galahad, the
I'd
quote...
give Quagmire is an actual word, but I can only think of Family Guy.
The quote that I am using comes from Eric Robinson, who shared the anecdote on this post. Here you go. And again, Eric Robinson is a pretty well-known and respected attorney. No problem. Hey, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. You know, it'd be really cool, a network / web ring / whatever for progressive leftists to gather and discover each other's content. That'd be cool. That would indeed be cool. Don't know how to go about organizing that, especially when, sadly, all too often, sometimes internet leftists go fucking bonkers, you know? Like, that is kind of what the Young Turks was ostensibly trying to do for, like, a decade. And then, like, half the people they incubated wound up, like, going fucking cuckoo bananas. And so, like, I don't exactly know how such a system would work and self-police. But, you know, I am interested in ideas. A lot of internet lefties fucking suck, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of good internet lefties out there, but like I do have a lot of wariness with engaging with others in online spaces. Can we blame capitalism? Probably. All right. Let me pull something up here. Yeah, I did want to talk about this here. Bringing up a quote here. God. Okay. You know, just so y'all know Mark Andreessen, right? Y'all know Mark Andreessen, the Eggman, the man whose head is shaped like a huge egg, who hilariously enough uses Charlie Brown as his mascot on Twitter, and also has the suicidal penguin as his banner. And you know, I don't think the billionaires are all right, guys. I don't think they're doing okay. AI generated slop. There's something about this culture of young people coming up where they're not afraid of hard work. They're not afraid to pop a Zin and work at a factory all day. Mark Andreessen is a billionaire. Watching a billionaire be like, amen, I love when people work themselves to death in factories, is genuinely like some of the most unhinged shit, okay? And like we're just taking a journey through his timeline here. He's talking about ratios and like, oh, the navel gazers must be distracted. Like he's specifically calling out the idea of introspection as a bad thing. The idea of self-critique to him is is worthless. And you know, when you get into the head of a billionaire, that kind of makes a certain perverted sense, right? Like if you're a billionaire, what need do you ever have to introspect, to think about others, to like pause before you make a decision? Because any of the business decisions you make, any of the day-to-day decisions that you make don't really matter to your day-to-day existence. Also, again, I'm guessing a lot of folks don't really understand my reference to him being an Eggman. This is quite literally a picture of him for the New Yorker, and I'm not kidding. This is not photoshopped. This is real. Dude just has an actual honest to God cone head. All right. And he has billions and billions of dollars. Just real I guess I'll look up his net worth real quick. Net worth Mark Andreessen. Yeah, he's worth $1.9 billion. You know? But let's continue, okay?
Remember not to think about what you do, so you don't see how evil/stupid you are.
Yeah, if you never introspect, you never have to contend with what a piece of shit you are, you know? This is unfortunate, as we had our Are You LGBT founder test spun up and ready to go. Cool. Yeah, you wanted to know who was gay at your company, huh? Oh, built to deceive, how the effective altruist machine infiltrated the conservative right on AI. Which is like... how do I describe this in a nutshell? There is a movement in like the crypto investment world called effective altruism, which is this idea that you can amass great amounts of money by speculating on crypto, and then you can distribute the profits that you've made to others via charitable donations, and thus like do good in the world. You are effective at your altruism, in other words. And Mark Andreessen is going, uh-oh, because in the conception of this Jordan Schachel that he is, amplifying here, the effective altruists are effectively the liberal wing of this billionaire investor class. You know, like yeah, it was Sam Bankman-Fried's plan exactly. They in yes. Most people rejected his message. Shut up. They hated Jesus because he had told them the truth. Also, I'm sorry, is this an AI enhanced version of this meme? Why? And it's Mark severely underestimates the amount of time Alexander the Great spent reflecting on his conquests. Who gives a fuck? Is he saying he's Jesus? No, this was a common meme from like 15 years ago. Look, I'm just saying if I, Marcus Aurelius, and Elisha D. Long agree on something, you can assume it's correct. Yeah, words to live by. Not Arsler if your brain is bigger than your balls. Cool stuff. again, this is all of these tweets are from today, guys. All of these tweets are from today. He's just been posting non-stop. And this is like what he's spending his time reading. Be arslurred to win at life. Fuck the science, fuck the facts. Arsler Max. It's really stupid. Like, guys, when we talk about AI cooking people's brains, we're talking about people like Mark Andreessen. These people are stupid as fuck, they're self-obsessed, and they're incapable of introspecting because they've replaced their ability to self-critique with a sycophantic machine that just sucks their dick all day. That's it. And to be clear, rich people in the past were similarly out of touch. It's just that they lacked like a machine that expedited the process of becoming out of touch. That's what's happening right now with the wealthiest people that exist on our planet, right? And I mean, like, dude, he's literally saying current status Arsler maxing. Like, it's insane. A lot of people are getting one-shotted by the concept of one-shotting. What does that mean? This guy is just like fucking like subtweeting niche communities for some reason. He has like millions of followers. Marcus Aurelius, to stop talking about what the good man is like and just be one. Software isn't merely technical work anymore, it's creative. Introducing Replit Agent 4, the first AI built for creative collaboration between humans and agents. These people just keep stacking AI agents one on top of the other in a trench coat and begging people to find utility in them. It's crazy to me. But like, never let someone tell you that billionaires have like are working, 100 or 1,000 times more efficiently than everyone else. This guy's literally, we haven't even finished with all of the tweets he made today. To be fair, old aristocracy didn't have a way to broadcast their insanity to the world near instantaneously, which probably helped their public image. Well, yeah, but also they were aware that they came across as out of touch and assholes, which is why they had a sense of noblesse oblige, like a sense of like, you need to give back to your community, to the people. You need to build works that benefit them, because otherwise they're going to grab their pitchforks and torches and come to your manor home. Like, there was this idea that there was a give and take, even going back into like the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages. Yeah, I know Dark Ages is outdated terminology, but like, if you did not adequately have a back and forth with your peasantry, they would just show up and kill you. Okay? But it's crazy. I'm getting tons of positive messages from the anti introspection crowd. Thank you all. Steve Jobs wasn't introspective. Look at all of my rich asshole billionaire friends who refuse to introspect. It shows how in touch I am with the people. Peter Thiel on how the psychedelics revolution changed introspection. Like, all these rich assholes are just going on fucking drug trips and then broadcasting their psychosis to the world. It's insane. Full 40 minutes of Nick Shirley exposing California fraud. Thanks, Mark Andreessen, for amplifying that. We certainly wouldn't have been able to figure anything out about fraud in California without hit journalist Nick Shirley on the case. God. Oh, is it he? I'm sorry. He's literally still doing the same thing.
This is the sound of hospice money. Could you just answer the question, what's the need for 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA?
The elderly. The elderly are dying.
You have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here.
He's literally just going around the country doing the exact same shit of harassing daycares. Why won't you let me see the children, Nick Shirley says. And Mark Andreessen is so cooked in the brain that he fucking falls for it hook, line, and sinker. Okay? AI is making CEOs delusional. Of course, the other possibility is that AI is spiking the individual's productivity to the moon, and they're right. On the one hand, CEOs are getting more and more out of touch and like more and more insane. On the other hand, have you considered that their insanity is making them more productive? Like, I just want you to, like, reckon for a moment with how cooked this man's brain is. How does he do it?
Okay, so... The internet is gonna end us. Who knew computers would invent us?
It's so dog shit. It's so dog shit. All they want is, like, generated boobs. And they're like, how does he do it? It's incredible. Oh my god, this is the future. And it's just like, you're sharing one of the most insufferable things I've ever seen. And we only played 17 seconds of it. Every Apple product I've ever owned, I wish it had more buttons. Okay, also, we finally made it to yesterday. And at this point, I just have to, like, keep scrolling, because I'm looking for a very specific post that kicked all of this off. And I'm not finding it. I'm just finding intense AI psychosis. I mean, like, come on, dude. This is the best thing I've ever seen.
The computer isn't everything.
I'm sorry, that's the best thing you've ever seen in your life? This is the best thing you have ever seen in your life? Yeah, this is your brain on AI, exactly. God. Again, the billionaire class is being cooked alive. Their brains are dying in real time, and they can't even be aware of it because, frankly, like, none of them have any desire or ability to realize it's happening to them. They're all fucking frogs in a boiling pot of water. You know? Yeah, here is the clip I was looking for. This is from, I think, from his own show.
You don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible.
Why?
Move forward, go. Yeah, I don't know. I found people who dwell on the past get stuck in the past. It's a real problem, and it's a problem at work, and it's a problem at home.
So I've read obviously 400, and I think now 10 biographies of history-based entrepreneurs, and that was one of the most surprising things. Like, what's the most surprising thing that you've learned from this? So like, oh, they have little or zero introspection. Like Sam Walton didn't wake up thinking about his internal self. He just woke up. He's like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep building Walmart. I'm going to make more Walmarts, and just kept doing it over and over again.
And you probably know, if you go back, like, 400 years ago, it never would have occurred to anybody to be introspective. Like, it's the whole idea of, I mean, it just.
I hate this. Yeah, you go back 400 years ago, no one ever would have thought to be introspective. No, absolutely not. Let me just pull this up here. Like, one of the things that bothers me about stuff like this is when guys like this say this, they have no idea what they're talking about. You can see them show their entire ass. All right? Like, the idea of people being fundamentally flawed and thus they must continue and seek to improve. That's like built into a ton of different religious beliefs that have roots going back thousands of years. You got fucking Aristotelian virtue ethics out there being like, yeah, you must always seek to cultivate yourself and cultivate your abilities and your virtues, you know? Like, that is the path to happiness. You got Buddhism growing beyond, your base desires and seeking to improve one's inner life. Like, this is an insane thing to say, and it can only come out of an extraordinary place of disdain for working class people, because he's talking about people in general just 400 years ago just wouldn't have had an idea of improving oneself. They wouldn't have an idea of thinking about their internal lives, as if people 400 years ago just didn't think about themselves or think about what they wanted, or didn't live lives just as rich and just as colorful and just as interesting as the lives you and I live. You might have been, locked down in your town or village, and fairly few of you would go abroad, but there was still a life there. There was still, like, ideas. There were still people talking about new information. It was not just this static, boring, like, base animal activity. They weren't just living to toil and then die. Although Mark Andreessen loves the idea of Zoomers existing to just toil and die in factories, as he showed us earlier today. But he genuinely thinks that all of the people below him just have essentially misplaced their idea of self. And instead of acting on impulse and acting on inertia, they are now acting from a place of considering themselves. From a place of, well, self-interest. And what he's talking about here when he specifically lists 400 years ago, what he's talking about is very specifically the Enlightenment, which was roughly 400 years ago, right? He's talking about a rejection of Enlightenment values and ideas. And, like, kind of the heart of where the idea of liberalism, not in the modern American, like, liberal moniker, but the broader liberalism of from which emerges the French Revolution and the American Revolution, and this idea of individualism. It's where all of this and freedom as a sacrosanct idea, like that's and the Enlightenment is where all of that comes from. And Mark Andreessen rejects Enlightenment values because he's a fascist. And again, one of the key cornerstones of fascism is a lack of introspection and a rejection of Enlightenment values, a rejection of freedom and individualism, a rejection of these core components of what makes us us today as a society, And like, this is both incredibly stupid and anti-empiricist. It is, again, a lot of the different things that I've been talking about. And I do encourage everyone to go watch my video where I read through Fascism by Umberto Eco, where he goes into detail on the 14 points of fascism, the hallmarks of fascist ideology. And a bunch of them you can see at play here, and at play on Mark Andreessen's Twitter. Like, he's just stream of consciousness posting this shit, dehumanizing various different groups of people, denouncing the idea of knowing oneself, and instead saying, just do. Don't think about anything, just do it. Because these are the ideas that make it easy for folks like Mark Andreessen to control those who have less power. It's what fuels the death cult mentality of fascism, right? And we aren't even finished with this yet.
All of the modern conceptions around introspection and therapy and all the things that kind of result from that are, kind of manufactured in the 1910s, 1920s.
Say more about that.
Great men of history didn't sit around doing this stuff.
Also, the idea that great men of history are what move history forward is just wrong. Source, I studied history, like I minored in history, and the idea that the great men are what move the cogs of history, this is all just bullshit. This is all just bullshit, largely fabricated to flatter white supremacist thinking and, frankly, fascist thinking as well. The idea that you simply need one great man to arise with the will to power, an Ubermensch to grab the reins of history.
Prior point, right? It's all a new construct. It was so first Western civilization had to kind of invent the concept of the individual, right? Which was like a new concept, several hundred years ago, and then
no, the concept of individuals is not a new concept. It's a pretty accessible concept. When he's talking about the concept, the modern conception of the individual, what he's talking about is very specifically the concept of individual rights. Individual rights. Does this egghead think that he's the Ubermensch? I mean, yeah, people like him.
And then, for a long time, it was, all right, the individual runs, right? And does all these things and builds things and, builds empires and builds companies and builds technology, does all these things. And then, kind of this.
Hey, Two Spectral Wolves, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very much appreciated.
Kind of guilt-based whammy, kind of showed up from Europe. A lot of it from Vienna, 1910s, 1920s, Freud and all that entire movement, and kind of turned all that inward and basically said, okay, now we need to basically second guess the individual. We need to criticize the individual.
Well, I don't think that Freud invented the idea of engaging with your internal life. Do I have the video sped up? No. The video itself might be sped up by whoever uploaded this clip, but we can actually check it out on the full podcast here. Let's
you're whatever, Paul Newman, and you've got some agent you've been working with for 20 years, and he calls you your agent calls you at 11 o'clock, and it's like, I've got this great role. And you say, oh, the guys at CA called me.
No, this is just genuinely how he sounds. That's crazy. That is okay. Like, Freud got a lot of things wrong about psychology, but one of the interesting bits is that, like, there's the fundamental idea that we should seek to understand the internal world that people exist in. And that, I think, like, applying the scientific method, applying, like, different theories and testing them out in an effort to understand and, you know, pathologize the way people think, I think that's really cool and interesting. But this guy's over here literally being like, no. Look, you just need to stop being depressed. Stop thinking about yourself and just do things. And it's like, that's not how depression works. You know, like, that's not how, like, schizophrenia works. That's not how any of these things work. Majority Report was speculating he was snorting Adderall. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. Like, he's been posting a lot about Peter Thiel and psychedelics. These guys are all hopped up on shit, you know? It would not be surprising to me at all if he snorted Adderall before going on this podcast. 2 Spectral Wolves, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you for making the show possible. Let's finish this up.
Self-criticize. Right. The individual needs to feel guilt, needs to look backwards, needs to, you know, dwell on the past.
That's not what therapy is, or what psychology is. Therapy and psychology are an effort to understand why you have certain thought patterns, why you do certain things and feel certain ways, and through understanding, be better able to cope and address those issues and flaws. You know? It allows you to break behavior patterns and break cycles of thought. You know, it allows you to recognize, for example, when your brain is spinning up a panic attack. It allows you to recognize patterns of depressive thought and break those patterns before it gets too overpowering. It provides you with tools to help yourself. And the idea that, oh, you just deny yourself tools and you'll get better, Fivehead, that's not how human beings work, actually. And it's deeply frustrating, but I think more than anything, I think stuff like this demonstrates that billionaires are just fundamentally out of touch with humanity. These people should not be allowed to amass this much power, not the least because, like, it's unhealthy for an economy, it's unhealthy for the nation as, like, a political matter, but also because it is unhealthy for these people to be so, like, severed from reality, to be so severed from the day-to-day activity of living life that they become, out of necessity, destroyed. Like, their humanity is fundamentally alienated from that of the rest of humanity. And they explain that by saying, well, I'm alienated because I am exceptional. I am alienated because I was born to lead. I am alienated because I am one of the great men of history. And they never stop to imagine that it is by virtue of the immense and overwhelming power that they possess that they are so isolated. That in a world driven by capitalism, where amassing that amount of wealth is the amassing of capital, the thing that can determine whether or not people live or die in a system where death and suffering is the expected reward for those who are unable to be productive within it, they have been completely disconnected from how everyone else lives. And I think that that is something to understand about how billionaires exist. And quite simply, we should organize to make sure no one can be this alienated from their fellow man. Okay? So, all that being said, folks, we need to organize so that these billionaires can't just roll into your community and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Like, having $1.9 billion essentially means that this guy can roll into any community in the country and do whatever he wants in it with no consequences whatsoever. He could fucking roll into town with a cartoon bomb the size of City Hall and just explode it and completely get away with it. No consequences, because that is what the level of wealth that he has allows him to do, right? And I think that we need to organize against this to prevent people like this from doing what they want to do, something that has deleterious effects for everybody. I'm thinking here of, you know, I almost said Bill Clinton, the guy who's the head of Microsoft, Bill Gates. Bill Gates went around the country with a program in an effort to reshape education in schools across the entire country, offering huge grants to schools that changed their entire curriculums to meet what Bill Gates thought would be a more optimal way to teach children. And guess what? It failed. Those schools got money for sure, but those kids did not become more educated as a result. In fact, they became less educated because the program that Bill Gates sought to install into schools was basically worthless. And Bill Gates, by virtue of having all of the money he has, was able to twist and contort the education system of the entire country as a result of this. So what I'm trying to say to you guys is that they are already doing stuff like this. I use the cartoon bomb analogy just, you know, to make it easier to imagine in your head. But like, this is happening all the time in 100 different ways. And we need to organize to prevent them from being able to abuse you, to prevent them from being able to abuse your children, to protect them from being able to protect us from being able to, you know, be exploited. We need that protection. And the only protection we have is not billions of dollars. It is one another. It is organizing, and it is showing up on the local level, on the state level, on the national level. We need to show up on all levels and make sure anyone who is on a billionaire's payroll is no longer welcome in our political spaces. Okay? We have to build the community. We have to get to work. So folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Let's do a pirate takeover of our Democratic parties. There is no reason we should sit idly by while billionaires seize control of the major political apparatuses available to us. So join your local Dems, make them more progressive, find like-minded folks to join with you. Join your local DSA, make it more effective. Do both if you can. But folks, we need people showing up. We need people showing up. And I've seen from multiple people just today alone that they showed up and within relatively short amount of time were given the ability to be delegates. Were given real political power in their local communities. It just takes you showing up. So show up. If you need help starting on that journey, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Both have been organizers for a long time and can give you great advice on how to approach your local Dems, how to approach your local DSA. And I will also say, if you can't join the Discord for whatever reason, head over to riverboat.gg during the shows that I do. They're usually in chat to help you out if you are interested in that. So all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words long really help in the algorithm for whatever reason. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible, not billionaires secretly backing my my show. So last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It looks great on everybody. It fits well, and it's sexy. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down below in the description. And let's keep on going. I did imagine a Babam. Good, you understood my my desire. Yo, someone needs to get John Water on the phone to call Jack out. Oh shit. It got too hot in here. My heater is too hot. But folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and do consider supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. BRB. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click 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 button. Hell yeah. Also, Emerald Hamster, thank you for the $5 super chat earlier, as well as Aqua Ball. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, like, if I don't respond to the dono right away, I will eventually. I'm doing a segment. I'm sorry. Scuba Duck, hello. No worries, Aqua Ball. Appreciate you. Let's see here. You can do production. Nice sound. Thank you. It was not me. It was Jazz Dog. The jazziest dog we know. Also, I'm going to take off my jacket. The kind of material this is kind of clings a little bit to other things. And there we go. There we go. We're a little bit better now. Whew. Gotta go to bed. It's fucking Tuesday. It is fucking Tuesday. Although technically for me, it's fucking Wednesday. You want that shirt? It's from Disturbia. And you know, the Imogene Olivia is helping the girls be girly, you know? All right. Let's talk about Donald Trump's massive shriveling brain. It's collapsing in on itself. Let's see here. Before we get into that, I'm just going to take a look at the likes real quick on the video. I did not set the stream to live. That is on me. Send a push notification as well. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay. Y'all right? By y'all right, I mean y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Hello, Dragonfly. Goth Jack energy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. One of these days, I should do just like full goth makeup. Just for funsies. Okay. Okay. So, folks, we have to once again do a little bit of a mind dive into the soupy remnants of Donald Trump's cranium. That is, we have to try and understand what the hell is going on in there, because he's just lost it. You know, he's just full on lost it. Like, I want to start today by just going to his Truth Social page, okay? And you have this from a day ago.
Today I'm signing 2 historic executive orders continuing my administration's efforts to help more of our citizens achieve the dream of home ownership. It's called the American Dream. Thanks to our purchase of $200 billion in mortgage bonds, mortgage rates recently reached the lowest level in 5 years. This dramatically reduces monthly payments for new home buyers. The annual cost of the typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 since I took office. I'm very proud of that. I also signed an executive order to stop Wall Street and large institutional investment firms from buying up all the single-family homes in the scheme to turn them into rentals and make lots of money in doing it. We want America to be a nation of owners, not renters. Today, I'm taking action to help reduce rates even more and make it much easier to build new homes in America. The first executive order is about bringing more community banks back into the mortgage business. 2 decades ago, over 5,000 community banks were offering mortgages. Today, that number has been slashed by more than 50%, largely because of burdensome, unnecessary regulations that radical liberals impose on community lenders for the benefit of their donors on Wall Street and, frankly, for the benefit of themselves.
Just so you all know, what he's talking about there is lifting the regulations that would stop a redo of the 2008
Australian
mortgage
handler,
crisis.
a mind dive is a bad idea. Local knowledge tells us not to dive into shallow waters.
Australian handler, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs. And true, unfortunately, we must dive. You know? He's talking about undoing the regulations that were put in place to stop the implosion of the economy, like what happened in 2008. What he's desperately trying to do at every turn is trying to juice the economy in an effort to try and dodge the accusations that he's overseeing the dismantling and destruction of the American economy, right? But that's his pinned post, so I thought we'd take a quick look at that. Let's take a look at his other posts here recently. You've got Statehood, President DJT. No context for that. Well, I guess a little bit of context for that. He saw Venezuela do well in some kind of sports match, and floated the idea about a day ago that maybe Venezuela, because they're good at sports now, needs to become a state. I want to remind you all that the entire government of Venezuela still exists. And they have no interest in being a part of America. But that seems to be what he's talking about here. You know, like, just statehood. And then just like tons of AI shit. Like, this is the discourse on Truth Social. It's just all fucking, like, glorifying memes. So, just in case you're ever curious about what's going on over there, it's nothing good. Nothing interesting, really. Here we go. We should not sit and wait for the next attack. Wipe Iran's ballistic capability out and get our troops out of Iraq. They are only targets now. No U.S. WIA, KIA is a tribute to the professionalism of our military and intel professionals, not Iranian restraint. Again, he's mad at Joe Kent for making him seem stupid, I guess, and putting him in an uncomfortable position. So he's tried to show how Joe Kent, noted white nationalist and conspiracy theorist Joe Kent, was wrong for leaving his counterterrorism post. And then you get to some of the older posts from the last few days. And I gotta tell you guys, this is just insane. This is insanity. He sat down and decided to be insane, okay? The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. This, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we're doing and that Iran cannot in any way, shape, or form be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. I'm not surprised by their action, however, because I always considered NATO, where we spend hundreds of billions of dollars per year protecting the same countries, to be a one-way street. We will protect them, but they will do nothing for us, in particular in a time of need. I want to remind everybody, the one time Article 5 was invoked for NATO, every single one of those countries came to the defense of the United States in Afghanistan. So, just as an FYI, he's not even correct here in his insane rant, but we'll continue. Fortunately, we have decimated Iran's military. Their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar is gone, and perhaps most importantly, their leaders at virtually every level are gone, never to threaten us, our Middle Eastern allies, or the world again. If all of their leadership is gone, never to threaten anyone again, why do you need all the NATO allies to come down and bail you out, bro? Why are you mad? Why are you mad if you've already won like you're claiming? It's fucking insane, dog. Like, because of the fact that we had such military success, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did! Likewise, Japan, Australia, or South Korea. In fact, speaking as the President of the United States of America, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This is fucking insane, right? He requested the aid of basically every U.S. ally, and they went, lol, no, we're not going to do that. You unilaterally took the United States into a war with Iran, and now we're all paying the price. We're not coming to bail you out for it. Right? Like, it's insane. But it gets worse, guys, because, like, he just was on a tear posting. Right? The Save America Act is one of the most important and consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress and America itself. No more rigged elections, voter ID, proof of citizenship, no rigged mail-in voting. We are the only country in the world that allows this. That is not true. No men in women's sports, no transgender mutilization, not how you spell that word, of our children. 90% to 99% issues all. Only sick, demented, or deranged people in the House or Senate could vote against the Save America Act. If they do, each one of these points separately will be used against the user in his or her political campaign for office. A guaranteed loss. Get your senators, Republican or Democrat, to vote yes on the Save America Act. I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against Save America. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Like, there is not much of a chance of this getting passed. I did a video on this a while ago. It is dead in the water, Von 400, but they are trying to do... They are bringing it to the floor to debate it. Essentially trying to figure out some kind of way where they can keep the filibuster and pass the legislation. That being said, Murkowski voted against it already. Like, John Thune is basically saying Republicans don't have the votes to do it. Like, they aren't going to really be able to do much with this. But what they are going to try and do, and what they always do try and do with bills like this, is they try and grandstand in order to get the clips that they need for social media. Right? Like, that's what's happening right now. Like, I pull this up here.
Because
Oh, nope. The Senate adjourned until today, when they will re-adjourn at noon. So they're no longer debating it right now, but they adjourned, a while back. Do they love the filibuster or voter suppression more? They love the filibuster more. In its history of existence, the filibuster has routinely served conservative interests, which is why, by the way, there is an excellent case to be made that Democrats should get rid of the filibuster in order to steam ahead with legislation that will help all Americans. Like, if we get rid of the filibuster, what needs to then happen is effectively a flood of legislation for things like Medicare for all, for things like housing for all, for things like enormously popular bills that need to pass in order to, protect our data rights, stuff like that. We need to actually deliver if the filibuster goes, But, he's trying desperately to cow Republicans into voting for the Save America Act, even though he knows it's dead in the water. Right? And oddly enough, wowee, look at this. Donald Trump sharing a link from Al Jazeera about how the U.S. strategy is working, which we'll get to that in a little bit when we talk about how things are going with the war in Iran. But needless to say, I don't think that's the case. Wow, Venezuela defeated Italy tonight 4-2 in the World Baseball Cup. I assume that's what it stands for. Baseball semifinal. They're looking really great. Good things are happening to Venezuela lately. I wonder what this magic is all about. Statehood, number 51. Anyone? President Donald J. Trump. Like, this is an insane way to talk about policy. Like, momentous. Like, he watched them play a sports game and now he's considering statehood for Venezuela. Insane. Lunatic. That's not the Al Jazeera I've been watching. It's an opinion piece from Al Jazeera. Like, it's making points that I just kind of absolutely disagree with on basically every one of these points. Who is this guy? I have no idea who this guy is. Who is he? Even Fox News was like, whoa, an op-ed in Al Jazeera? Whoa. Interesting. That being said, let's take a look at one of my favorite clips of the day of Donald Trump's brain just being goddamn soup.
The Irish president has said that your war against Iran is illegal. It's an attack on international law.
Who said that?
The Irish president.
Look, he's lucky I exist. That's all I can say. Because if you're going to allow countries that are sick and demented, and they are demented, to have nuclear weapons, everybody in the whole world should be very thankful. And I'm disappointed in NATO, very disappointed. I'm disappointed in a couple of other countries too. But they should be very thankful that this group of people feels the way we do. Because
So a couple of things. It is very clear that he has no idea who the president of Ireland is. Or anything about Ireland, because Ireland's not in NATO. Ireland's president is also notably not a man. It is, in fact, a woman. And also, like, Iran was going to target Ireland? I don't think so. I don't think at all on the list of Iran's targets for vengeance was Ireland. Yet he's just literally... His brain is soup. His brain is soup, man. It's crazy. And, like, I know that he doesn't give a fuck about any of this, but, like, it's still wild to see happen over and over and over again. Let's go back to his Truth Social feed for a moment. Oh, Hang Out with Sean Hannity. Hang Out with Sean Hannity is a great new podcast streaming now. Sean is a fantastic guy and has been right from my political beginnings. President DJT. He's like shilling podcasts and stuff. Like, he's genuinely gone, you know? Look, I was at a UFC match or CFP match. Look at me. I cheered during the national anthem. I was cheered at the college football national championship game. People love me. They really love me. Now, I know that I'm in the media right now, in some hot water due to this Jeffrey Epstein fellow. But here, let me surround myself with a few young children. That will get the press off my back. Like, okay. It's just several articles about him going to this event, by the way. Oh, Jack Smith, he's so evil. He's so evil. NATO, long warned of Russian-Chinese threats to Greenland, now rejects Trump's ownership solution. Yeah. Like, it's all fucking aggrievement and, like, just reposting articles. It's very bizarre. It is very bizarre stuff. But, like, other stuff. Susie Wiles is an incredible chief of staff, a great person and one of the strongest people I know, but unfortunately she's been diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer and has decided to take on this challenge immediately as opposed to waiting. She has a fantastic medical team and her prognosis is excellent. During the treatment period, she will be spending virtually full time at the White House, which makes me, as president, very happy. Her strength and her commitment to continue doing the job she loves and does so well while undergoing treatment tells you everything you need to know about her. Susie, as one of my closest and most important advisors, is tough and deeply committed to serving the American people. She will soon be better than ever. Melania and I are with her in every way, and we look forward to working with Susie on the many big and wonderful things that are happening for the benefit of our country. President Donald J. Trump. Like, it's insane. And, you know, if you're wondering, hey, why is he sharing this? This isn't his news to share. Well, it turns out Donald Trump is really fond of just sharing medical information unprompted and unasked. I want to share with you guys this clip, which is frankly astounding to me.
Or three, but we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and it's, but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's It was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
Right. So, the long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He actually called Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" "Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible." He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad." Number one, it was bad because I liked him.
He's just telling the story again immediately.
Number two, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you. And however long I live," I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
man.
But
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then 4-3.
Like, when we talk about brain rot and his brain turning to soup or chowder or whatever, like, this is what I mean. Like, he has no filter anymore. He can't not just be like, "Susie Wiles has cancer now." He can't not be like, "Oh yeah, this guy was totally gonna die, but I needed him for his votes. He was gonna be dead by June with his terminal diagnosis for his heart." And like, everyone else in the room, you heard the gasp, the audible gasp from the audience when he said that. Like, we're genuinely like a day away from this guy wandering out of the White House completely naked and just like lost. Like, we are so close to this guy just having no connection to reality whatsoever. Like, every thread is snapping right now. The crazed Democrats are not allowing TSA agents to get paid. The deal was made a long time ago. They broke it in order to get money for sanctuary cities and illegal aliens, many of them hardened criminals. The radical left Democrats are hopeless. And then just like panicins, no panicins. Like, it's just non-stop fucking insanity from these people. Look at this. This is a massive 2-part post. And I'm just going to read it to you guys and let you understand. This is about the Supreme Court disappointing him. I actually have to open this in a new tab because I can't properly see the bottom of the image. Okay? "The courts treat Republicans and me so unfairly, always seeming to protect those who should not be protected. They are highly politicized. Cases don't matter. The judge does. As an example, how is this absolutely terrible Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Too Late Powell, not even allowed to be investigated for the horrible job he does? How is he allowed to be billions of dollars over budget and years behind schedule on the simple renovation of the small Federal Reserve complex in Washington, D.C., where he created an absolute disaster, a money pit, an embarrassment to our country for the whole world to see? It is a little project that has been under construction for many years. The contractor on the job, along with Powell, should also be heavily investigated in that it is impossible for a professional to have such enormous cost overruns. It is the highest price building per square foot of any project ever built, with no end in sight, and may not even be open for many years to come. I strongly criticize Jerome too late for his horrible performance throughout his tenure, which is either gross incompetence, total dishonesty, or both. And in return for his well-justified criticism, getting viciously and wrongfully blamed by, as usual, a wacky, nasty, crooked, and totally out of control judge named James Boasberg, a man who suffers from the highest level of Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, and has been after my people and me for years. The DC Circuit eagerly supported the arrest and persecution of innocent Republicans for no crimes at all, but now is preventing even a basic investigation into the gross financial mismanagement of the Federal Reserve. In case after case, Boasberg has displayed open, flagrant, and extreme partisan bias and contempt against Republicans and the Trump administration. To preserve the integrity of the judiciary, he should be removed from all cases pertaining to us and suffer serious disciplinary action. As should numerous other corrupt judges that, unfortunately, our country has had to endure. What Boasberg and others... What Boasberg has done on the Too Late Powell case and many others has little to do with the law and everything to do with politics. He's exactly what judges should not be. Boasberg would be better to focus on justice and fairness, not his own and the Democrats' political agenda, which has become legendary. Much like prosecutor deranged Jack Smith and many others, Boasberg is a disgrace, as was his predecessor to our legal process and our highly politicized court system, which was just witnessed firsthand by the unfortunate and unwarranted Tariff decision recently handed down by the United States Supreme Court, which was a gift to countries and companies who've been ripping off the United States of America for decades at levels never seen before. That's part one. That's part one. We aren't even done with his whole comment. Part two. He's really, really mad about the tariff stuff. The decision that mattered most to me was tariffs. The court knew where I stood, how badly I wanted this victory for our country, and instead decided to, potentially, give away trillions of dollars to countries and companies who've been taking advantage of the United States for decades. But I wanted it! I wanted it! Why couldn't you give me what I want? Like, he's literally regressing into a child. You know? God. Our Supreme Court has made these countries very happy, but the court pointed out, I have the absolute right to charge tariffs in another form, and have already started to do so. The hundreds of billions of dollars that our adversaries want our country to pay back to others that have disrespected the USA until I came along should be marked down in the eyes of the public as just another reason why the United States had been in such major decline. But not anymore, because we have made America great again, and very soon it will be greater than ever before. I want to thank Justices Alito, Thomas, and Kavanaugh for their wisdom and courage pertaining to the tariff case, and for understanding, in addition to the law, that our unfriendly competitors should not be reimbursed and rewarded for the decades of damage they have caused the United States of America. This is a perfect time for us to pause and say, hey, everybody, this is your PSA to remind you that other countries weren't paying those tariffs. You, the American consumer, were the ones paying for those tariffs. You were the ones who got ripped off. And if you weren't paying for those tariffs directly in your online checkout cart, you were paying them in price markups in your hardware store, in your Walmarts, in your Walgreens, etc. Like, prices were going up because of the tariffs. It is a tax on the American people, in other words. I will fight hard to make sure that this does not happen. The Democrats on the court always stick together no matter how strong a case is put before them. There's rarely a minor waiver, but Republicans do not do this. They openly disrespect the presidents who nominate them to the highest position in the land, a justice of the United States Supreme Court, and go out of their way with bad and wrongful rulings and intentions to prove how honest, independent, and legitimate they are. Like, he's literally complaining about judges being honest because he wants them to be corrupt. Like, that's what's happening here. God. I just got a bill from FedEx for a tariff, and it was even more than the tariff because they charged me for them paying the tariff up front. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The Democrat justices just vote Democrat. They always stick together, which, again, is not true. Our country was unnecessarily ransacked by the United States Supreme Court, which has become little more than a weaponized and unjust political organization. The sad thing is, they will only get worse. They wouldn't even call out the rigged presidential election of 2020 because they said that I, as president of the United States, did not have standing to challenge it. And now with time, it has been conclusively proven to be stolen. No, it hasn't. And look what happened to our wonderful nation by allowing a grossly incompetent man, Sleepy Joe Biden, to be our president. This completely inept and embarrassing court was not what the Supreme Court of the United States was set up by our wonderful founders to be. They are hurting our country and will continue to do so. All I could do as president is call them out for their bad behavior. This statement about the United States Supreme Court will cause me nothing but problems in the future, but I feel it is my obligation to speak the truth. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. Like, guys, this is what he's doing. This is what he's doing, like, all the time. Like, that... His brain is gone, guys. It's just fucking gone. And also, you can tell that it's gone because while he's whining about how, oh, all the prosperity is going to be gone from America because tariffs are gone now, and I have to do tariffs a different way. Just reminder that this man is actually shaping policy for the United States of America. And, Trump's cancellation of licenses for immigrant truckers takes effect. So, just as an FYI, in case you were expecting shipping to be going well and for shipping costs not to go up, disabuse yourself of that notion. Because, effectively, our immigrant workforce accounts for about 200,000 truckers in the United States. Trucking is the lifeblood of commerce in this country. And, like, they're taking away the licenses from 200,000 truckers because they happen to be immigrants. Not even undocumented, just immigrants. Let's take a look here. The rule bars immigrants who are asylum seekers, refugees, or recipients of deferred action for childhood arrivals or DACA from obtaining commercial driver's licenses. It's part of the Trump administration's widening campaign against immigrant truck drivers following several high-profile accidents last summer. Those with valid commercial driver's licenses will lose their driving privileges as their license expire, not immediately. But, like, it's genuinely insane. Here's one of the stories. Alexei Semenovsky, 41, of Pennsylvania, has driven long-haul trucks since 2020 and will lose his license in September. I have a completely clean moving record. No accidents, no violations. I pay taxes, said Semenovsky, an asylum seeker from Russia and a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the Trump administration aiming to invalidate the rule. They're roasting me under open fire for not having done anything illegal. So, yeah. Cool stuff. Hey guys, what happens when solid 5% of the workforce that ships things around the country suddenly goes away? Nothing good.
Good night, all meds have kicked in. Thanks again, Jack, for my B-Day song. Gorgeous voice. Perfect way to end my celebration. People hugging emoji, hugging face emoji, open hands emoji, people hugging emoji.
Chris Huggins, thank you for the $5 super chat. Get good sleep. And happy birthday again. Like, there's nothing good that comes out of this. And this is just like one relatively small thing, but a relatively small thing in a country the size of America affects hundreds of thousands of people. And with Donald Trump just having a fucking gelatinized brain, his brain is dying, chat. The trucking industry has been talking about being 80,000 drivers short since 2021. What in the world are they thinking? Yeah, I don't know how turning that number into almost 300,000 drivers short is going to improve things, but that's what the Trump administration is doing. Again, basically everything they are doing right now at Trump's direction is destroying our ability to live just normal lives in America. And it's only going to get worse before it starts to get better. So folks, if you want to be part of the solution here, we need to form a coalition against this stupidity. We need to form a coalition against the forces of capital that are pushing this stupidity in order to reap bigger and bigger profits, frankly. Because again, as the excuses to push, as the excuses pile up to raise prices, well, companies just see that as an excuse to bring up prices even higher so they can actually make even more profit while having some plausible deniability, right? And like, we also need to reckon with the fact that billionaires and 100 millionaires, they're organized. They are organized right now to buy political favors. And it's why someone who is a soup brain like Donald Trump, who is just completely off his rocker, who's lost it, who's just like posting and posting and posting nonsense into the void, is wielding such authority right now. And it's because he has the backing of not just the billionaires, but the entire GOP behind him. The entire GOP is okay with what he's doing because what he's doing is okay to the billionaires. Because when the economy crashes and you're a billionaire, what happens? You have the opportunity to become the world's first trillionaire. And that's currently what all the billionaires in the world are doing right now. Okay? They are all competing. They are all jockeying to be the world's first trillionaire. And how do they do it? Well, when the market bottoms out and collapses and crashes, they swoop in with their massive amount of capital and they buy up everything that they can. They hoover it all up so that when the economy bounces back, they are suddenly exponentially wealthier. Okay? And that is why you have seen over the course of the last, couple centuries, wealth continue to consolidate and to continue to consolidate and continue to consolidate. Because this cycle of booms and busts, it is part of capitalism. But when the billionaires juice the system to boom and bust, the booms get smaller and the busts get deeper. Okay? Because we get less and less of the economic booms. And they buy out more and more during the economic busts. That's how it works. And so, the wealthiest people on the planet and Republicans and some corporate Democrats are all in lockstep on this issue, which is what makes this time so scary. It's what makes Donald Trump in particular so scary. It's because even though he is very clearly insane and unfit to hold his office, they're letting him wreck as much as he can get his hands on in order to make the biggest profit that they could possibly conceive of. So, all that being said, folks, you need to organize. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, show up. Because what we need to get through this is not just some magical savior who's going to come out of nowhere to lead us to like a better world. We can't rely on waiting for a hero. We have to become our own heroes. You know, we have to be willing to step up and organize together, to show up at our local Democratic meetings, to show up at our local DSA meetings, to figure out how to work together for the greater benefit of everybody. Okay? It is incredibly important that you do so. We have people in chat tonight who have done that. They have done the work. They've shown up, and they've been given actual power in their local political scene. And we all need to be doing that as much as we possibly can, okay? So show up and take the reins of power. In some cases, they might freely be offered to you. And we need to organize on the local level so that we can build up a durable movement that doesn't just evaporate when the next president gets into office. You know, we cannot do Obama 2 again, okay? We can't do this. Obama built up an incredible grassroots coalition of groups and people banding together to get himself into office. And once he did, he disbanded all of it. No one could ever use that same network again. And what we need is for folks to build up a durable grassroots movement that cannot just be hand waved away in the future. And that takes all of us beginning to participate in it. So join your local Dems, radicalize them, make them more progressive. Join your local DSA, make them more effective. If you need help getting started doing this, you can join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Both have a lot of organizing experience and can offer you advice on how to do these things. How to get involved just at the beginning, how to radicalize your Dems, how to make your DSA more effective, how to break us out as people on the left from this tendency to virtue signal and circle jerk rather than actually get out there and change our local political scene. Because that's what we need to do. We need to change our political scene. It is not enough to sit around and talk about, you know, the minutia and to try and make ourselves seem like the most virtuous people in existence. Our job is to get results. So, yeah, get your DSA to stop LARPing, exactly. So, folks, do the thing. Join our Discord, or you can find Dragonfly and, alternatively, you can find Dragonfly and Gamergy over on riverboat.gg, often in most streams, in most chats. So head on over to riverboat.gg, just type it into your address bar, and you can join the on-screen chat as well. All that being said, I just want to say I'm really proud of each and every one of you who has gotten involved, okay? I'm really, really proud of you guys. I love this. I get tired of the online space stuff. Well, that's because in order for it to become real, you need to take your correct ideas, your correct opinions, and actually show up to organize with other people. You know? It takes getting offline in a lot of cases. So all that being said, if you got anything out of this, leave a like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Longer than 8 words apparently does better in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is incredible, sexy lingerie that will fit and is designed to have a better fit for people with larger rib cages or people who want a larger gusset on their panties, stuff like that. It is going to fit and it's going to look great. So do check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. We did it. Let's see. It's midterm primary season. A lot of local parties still haven't caucused. If people join now, they may have a chance to affect who gets on the ballot and what gets on the local party platform. Absolutely correct. Right now is genuinely, like, the best time to get involved was like 2 months ago. The second best time is now. Okay? Get involved.
We had 2 Twin City DSA members speak at our monthly meeting a few days ago. What they and the community pull off behind the scenes was absolutely incredible.
Hell yeah, Burning Sock. Thank you for the $5 dono. And also, hell yeah. Like, the Twin Cities DSA has been doing work. It's been doing work. Yo, Max Danger, that's great. That is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful work. Take over the Democratic Party? Exactly. Okay? I was trying to, I know I have a thought real quick. Oh, what was his name? God, what the fuck was his name? Watched a really... There he is. Yeah, Michael Burns. You know what? Speaking of folks that I think might be good to listen to, I do think that it's worth taking a look at the Michael Burns over here.
I feel like we desperately need in-person work due to the fact that minority groups could face homelessness. Conservatives have community and churches.
It's true. DSA and your local Democratic meetings can provide some of that. But I would encourage people to check out Michael Burns. He also has a good side channel. He posted a video the other day that I thought that I quite liked. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, it was yeah, the alt-left pipeline. Why leftists like purity testing more than winning. I thought this was really good and was worth shouting out. Okay? Here you go. Here's the video. That video has a timestamp. Abort the link. Here you go. God damn it, YouTube. Here's the correct link. It's a good video. Why was I thinking about Michael Brooks? I mean, Michael Brooks is an excellent person to watch as well. It's just unfortunate that he passed. Have I seen Rain Monroe? I don't know who that is. Michael Brooks also had a really good grasp on history, and like had a good grasp on like geopolitical connections, which I find quite useful, you know. I've been playing Death Stranding since you started streaming, and I gotta say, Riverboat Jag is great to listen to while delivering 200 packages with a fetus strapped to my chest. A very relatable experience that everyone has endured. Super Jet Guy, I think Brooks was an influential player in leftist politics. It's just, you know. Matt at Yahoo, you can still find Michael Brooks's YouTube channel up. I do recommend it if folks are interested in doing a great deal of learning. But I do like Michael Burns. He has good stuff. Kind of disappointed in Jon Stewart. I mean, that's fair. Jon Stewart is much more of a lib than a lot of other folks. Folks, we've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I couldn't do it without you guys. And before I click this button, I'm just going to tell you guys what our next reward is going to be, what our next dono goal is going to be. All right? Let me just pull this up. Yes. Here we go. So, I have been made aware there we go. I've been made aware that there is a fan-made live-action Star Trek series on YouTube. Okay? If we hit 500 subs, memberships, $5 donos, etc., or the equivalent, we will take a look at the first 3 episodes. Okay? And it is called a different one. I mean, we haven't ever seen a live action one, but this is called Star Trek Continues. So take a look at the reel.
Apollo, all I desire is life and peace.
You expect us to...
Please don't send me back there. You have no idea what it's like.
When I'm done with you and your Starfleet, you'll be lucky to command a Gamma Scout.
I'm about to violate a direct order from Starfleet Command. What the devil's going on, Mr. Spock?
It appears you were temporarily interchanged with counterparts from a parallel universe.
Status report.
The Andorian vessels have entered orbit, sir. They're charging weapons.
Lock onto their lead ship and fire.
Captain?
I said fire!
I am the captain's woman.
You are, aren't you?
Join me. Together we shall be the architects of our own future.
Our sister world opposes our desire to join the Federation. They will stop at nothing to prevent it.
Target acquired, Captain.
We're losing weapons, Locke.
Captain.
Fire phases. Why are you here? What do you want with the Captain?
Humans bury feelings of heartbreak and loss. We lock them away.
What places do you think it is?
and intelligence.
War's on overload!
This procedure is not successful. We'll lose.
Isn't this fucking rad? Like, it's so cool. Like they just were like, we're just gonna make our own episodes of Star Trek. No Price is Right set, 2 out of 10. That's fair. It's almost OG Trek quality. It does seem like that, yeah. It's fucking cool. Jesus, that Bones is weird. Like, yeah. Look, like they can't get everyone. Yeah, Grant Imahara is in this.
I am a real deal Star Trek fan. You know, when I was growing up, I would watch Star Trek with my grandfather in reruns. But let me just tell you, the reason that I can raise my eyebrow like this is because when I was little, I would practice in the mirror by pushing my eyebrow up until I built up that muscle so that I could be just like Spock, so I could have that experience.
Isn't that lovely? Yeah, rip the Grant. Recommend checking out Star Trek Anaxar. Ooh. Give that a shot. Give that a look-see. Are they... Wait, they're still making it? They released a teaser trailer. They released a 20-minute video 11 years ago? And then released a trailer last year. Oh, okay, wait. No, they released... Okay, so they released a movie, a short film titled Prelude to Xanar. And then have been trying to get like a 2-part thing off the ground for the last like decade. About 2 weeks ago, they put out What Happened to an Axar episodes 1 and 2. Just out of curiosity.
Well, it's a bit of a story because back 10 years ago, when we were in the editing room with Prelude to Axanar, we said, hey, why don't we make this documentary like part of a series? Like, let people think that there's this big Federation Historical Society that's putting out all these documentaries. And we're like, yeah. So we were big fans of the TV show The World at War, which was a documentary series from the BBC that as a kid I watched on PBS, and a lot of my peers did as well. And it was narrated by Sir Laurence Olivier, and it was just a legendary documentary. We said, well, we want something like that. So let's make it like episode 4. And then we were like, oh no, Star Wars did episode 4. So we said, let's just make it episode 3. So the idea is, it looks cool, but we never had any plans to make any more episodes. Prelude to Axanar was basically proof of concept that we could make a great film that looked like it came from the studio. And that's how we raised money to make a full-length feature film of Axanar before we got sued. So once we got sued, we had to change this full-length feature film into 2 15-minute episodes. The most logical way to do that was to make 2 more episodes like Prelude to Axanar, which was such a smashing success. So that's what we did. So that's why we have episodes 4 and 5 coming out. So if you're asking me, well, where's episodes 1 and 2? There are no episodes 1 and 2. We never made them, and we probably don't have plans to make them because kind of Prelude to Axanar kind of set the fire right there, and the story went from there.
I love that this guy is just, We wanted to do a Star Wars, so we did a Star War, and we have no plans for what came before that. It's fine. I like the honesty.
I don't even know what episodes 1 and 2 would be like. They're kind of like the Federation between the Romulan War and the war with the Klingons.
Hey,
so
Jay Never Chill.
if you want to make episodes 1 and 2, go knock yourself out. We're going to be moving on to another big project once we come out with episode 5, and we'll tell you more about that later. So in the meantime, enjoy. Any other questions you have, you certainly let us know. And as always, live long and prosper, my friends.
God, I love Trekkies. Trekkies are great. Anyway, that is our next dono goal thing. Star Trek continues. So if you enjoyed the watching of and the viewing of other Star Trek fan stuff in the past, that is what we're going to get next. I'm a Star Trek noob. That's okay. It's just fun. It's pretty grippable. We're just gonna support Vic. What? Was Vic Magnogia? I don't know how to say his name. Was he in Star Trek? Oh shit, that's Vic Mignogna? Is that how you say his name? Vic Mignogna? Whatever. Is that guy? Oh shit, he plays Kirk in that series. Fuck. Yeah, it's the VA Vic. Well, fuck. Never mind. Isn't he a sex pest? Yes, he's like a prolific sex pest. He's really gross. Well, that's a bummer. Haven't found the best entry point into the Star Trek fandom? Honestly, just like, I would say Deep Space Nine, or... Uh-oh, he turned out to be evil? Yeah. Would he somehow get money from watching it? I don't think so. But, eh. Well, Strange New Worlds would be a good entry point for Star Trek. Yeah, Lady Raincloud, we found out Vic Mignogna is in Star Trek Continues, which is very disappointing. He's got a very lengthy page on his Wikipedia about sexual harassment allegations. Like non-consensual touching and kissing of fans, including minors. That is a bummer. This is a weird time to hop in. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's also a homophobe. I don't know. I got a bit distracted by the whole like touching and kissing minors thing. It's true, Ponderous Nerve. It's true. Well, now I have to think about what our next incentive will be. That sucks. But I will continue to think about it. We can never have anything nice. True. Sans? No, I found a really fun remix called Revolution, which is based on a fanfic of Undertale and Super Mario. It's just fun. Did we finish Star Trek 4? We did. Sorry to burst your bubble like that. I mean, it also feels bad because I did recommend people should watch Full Metal Alchemist the other day, and that feels pretty bad too. Honestly, I guess I just shouldn't recommend anime anymore, because like, fuck, a lot of the people working in that are creeps. There you go. You can just watch Full Metal Alchemist subbed. I mean, you could. He still gets money for that. He still gets residuals.
doc is amazing if you haven't seen it. That dude is fearless.
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to watch it. I've heard it's really, really good. Also, Big Rackle, thank you for the $5 super chat. I know you said who made that top. Disturbia. Do. Fuck. We still have so much to talk about. Oh well, we can't watch Coder Joe. We can't watch that one either then. So, oh well, we'll take Star Trek off the table. It's fine. Let's see here. Let's see. God, we have so much to talk about. Okay. What can't we watch? I was going to have our new dono goal be a thing called Star Trek Continues. But Star Trek Continues has Vic Mignogna as like the lead in it. And he's a massive creepy piece of shit. And so can't watch that. And he's also in Star Trek New Voyages, so we can't watch that. So, back to the drawing board, bitches.
Spelunks, though it's probably too old a game.
Spelunks? Or Spelunky? I do like Spelunky. Who's Steve Hines for the lore? Are you talking about Steve Shives? Because when I look up Steve Hines, I get the power of community, lifestyle heroes. And I don't think that's what you're... Yeah, okay, I am aware of Steve Shives. I like Steve Shives a lot. Can we watch Santa Claus versus the Martians? Yeah, but I want to do that closer to Christmas time. We will indeed, Polaire. All right. So, folks, it's time for us to talk about things that you can do when you get involved politically on the local level. And I think maybe nothing quite encapsulates this quite like how a community shut down plans for an ICE detention facility in Georgia. So let's take a look at a local news report.
There's a new development concerning plans for an ICE detention center in Social Circle. Homeland Security and immigration officials want to convert an old warehouse into a place to house detainees. Channel 2 has confirmed the city has cut the water and sewer to the building off. Officials say they do not have the capacity to handle the demands, and they want to know how the federal government plans to do that without negatively impacting
local residents. So basically, the local city government got together and said, until you have a plan to make sure that, like, you have a livable facility and something that is not going to just leech off of the community and, like, flood our sewer system, overload our power grid, etc. We are not going to allow you to open this facility. Social Circle City Manager Eric Taylor already told Channel 2's Tom Reagan that the city planned to challenge detention center plans by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And they cut off water and sewer services to the warehouse turned detention center and put a lock on the water meter. The lock will stay on unless more information is provided to the city. And essentially, will stay off until ICE indicates how water and sewer to the facility will be served without exceeding the limited infrastructure capacity. I.e., how the fuck are you going to make this empty warehouse a livable place for people that you were intending to store there? And the reality is that they don't have any plan and can't produce such a plan. The city knows this, and it's one of the ways that they are using to block the progression and building of these structures. Okay? How do you keep track of ICE warehouses? One of the ways you can do it is salt. What is it called here? There's a really, really good website that helps. Yeah, Project Saltbox. There you go. Project Saltbox has a really, really great breakdown of a different ways communities are encountering these detention facilities and countering them and trying to stop them. I'll link the Substack here for you guys to check out. There you go. There you go. There you go. But that's, as far as I have been able to find, Project Saltbox is basically the best place to get information on the proliferation of ICE warehouses. But when you're involved on the local level, guys, you can, in fact, just be like, hey, let's shut the city's water and sewer off to that ICE detention center. And then they literally can't do it. They literally just cannot have that facility run without power, without water, without sewer, etc. You cut off their ability to make it a functional place. Because I guarantee you, even if they are willing to let detainees shit themselves on the floor, they're certainly not willing to let their, guards do the same. They're not willing to let the officials in ICE do the same. Okay? And so That's... Dang, no link for YouTube chat. I literally posted a link in YouTube chat. But that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about getting involved, joining your local Dems, joining your local DSA, we're talking about having and building the political capacity to pressure your local elected officials to do shit like this, to do cool things like stopping detention centers from being built, from stopping these concentration camps from going up. Okay? Like, that's really, really important. You get to protect your community. You get to protect other people from being picked up by ICE. You get to do the things that keep you and yours safe. That is why it is so important to get involved in your local political scene. It is not just so that we can get like some far off goal. It's so that we can do things right now, right here. It's so you can keep everyone you love safe. Also, if you pressure your local elected officials to do things, you know who they pressure? Higher up elected officials. Exactly. Exactly. So that's why I keep begging you guys to get involved and get organized. I'm going to do it one more time. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems or GamerG for help with your local DSA, we can help you make your local Dems become more progressive. We can help you make your DSA more effective. We can do these things that are so, so, so important. But you need to be willing to take that first step. And all that being said, folks, we need you to do it. Because no one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. So I hope you'll join us. And if you aren't willing to join the Discord, you can come over to riverboat.gg and talk to GamerG and Dragonfly in the on-screen chat. All that being said, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Apparently it does better in the algorithm. And also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Check it out, link down below in the description, and let's keep on going. All right. Let's talk about DLSS 5. You guys ready for my particular bugbear? Y'all ready? So, folks, what if I told you there's a miraculous new technology on the horizon that can make anything look incredible? It can make it look like it's real. Wouldn't you love if all of your favorite animated films suddenly looked like they were made real, with real people, in 10,000 ADP? Wow. Let's take a look at some new technological wizardry dreamt up by the folks from NVIDIA, shall we? Oh my god! Oh my god! You can see all the wrinkles! You can see even more of the wrinkles! Fuck. Oh god. So yeah, basically, basically, NVIDIA is trying to sell everyone on the idea that DLSS 5 is their next big breakthrough. And essentially what it does is it just overwrites any of the artistic ideas that were built into the game by the people who made it, and just overwrites it with AI face. Okay? It is the slopification of literally every piece of art that you want to play a video game on. Like that, if it gives you the option to turn DLSS 5 on or off, keep it the fuck off, okay? It is an attempt to justify their expenses on AI, absolutely. But like, you know, the memes have been flowing and they're quite good. But like, it's not really off the mark here. Like this is effectively what they're doing. Like I can't get over that one. That one's great. Or like the yassified Hereditary meme has come to life. It feels like this is what they're doing, you know? Oh, fun fact, that demo was made using dual 5090s, casual $8,000 setup in GPUs alone. Fuck. But like this is actually like it's just overriding the artistic intent of the scene, right? In order to make it look a certain way. And you know, you do have to wonder a little bit. Also, it's literally made this meme real now. It's literally made this meme a real thing. Pick from the game on the left, fan made on the right, higher fans, lol. Like, they've managed to do it. They managed to do like we fans know what we want from our female characters better. But like, one of the things that just absolutely blows me away, right? Let me pull this up real quick. Is this one. This is from Resident Evil Requiem, right? At the beginning here. Like, you have a character model that is very deliberate, very intentional, okay? Crowded scene here. And then DLSS 5 gets turned on. That's a completely different character. Like, I'm sorry, this isn't... You didn't make the graphics better. You just put a different person in this role. You know? Like, the lips get bigger. The eyes change. Like, they literally change shape. It's insane. Can we get the... where it's, like, right in the middle? There we go. Like, the proportions of the face are just fucking different. You can tell here. Yeah, the lighting changes. It's just a very different vibe. And like, I don't know, let's take a look at Leon here. Okay? Leon gets out. All right. Let's take a look, okay? Here it comes. His chin literally gets bigger. Like, it changes the entire lighting of the scene. Like, it goes from like a warm kind of light, there's still a little bit of brightness here, to just like it's fucking AI slop now. Like, it's crazy to me that they looked at this and were like, yeah, this is okay. Look at his lips. Look at the difference in his lips here. It fucking yassifies his lips. It's weird. Girl got some filler. Yeah, exactly. But like, it's just bizarre. It's bizarro. I mean, look at this comparison here, even. Like, these are two different characters. The nose is different. The mouth is different. The ears are different. Like, it's a problem. Oh, I don't think that it's adding new geometry to a game scene. What I think it's doing is just slapping a filter over it, you know? I think that it's basically just in real time adding a filter at the frame rate or whatever in order to maintain an illusion. I don't think it's like altering the fundamental architecture of the game. Like, it's literally just, what if you took a screenshot every millisecond and then slap this filter on it? You know? And I think it is worth wondering for a moment, hey, why does it do this thing to women? You know? Why, like, when we look at this, why is it doing this to these ladies? Because they're two different ladies. Why, how does AI have this effect when it is used like this? Misogyny? That's a good one. But it's a little bit, I think, deeper, which is that all of the AI, the data sets that they're using, all of it is trained off of scraped, it's trained off of scraped pornography. Right? Like, it's using the same stuff, and it is like, the yassification isn't just like a meme, it's built into the technology, right? And so a lot of the images that are created by AI are based off of an incredibly biased set of data. You know? Yeah, what's hot for cis men is what is AI hot. Exactly. It's a feature, not a bug. Well, it's a feature for the men who are pushing this tech, for sure. Very disturbed to see how it would handle the child characters like Emily or Chloe. Right? Right? Like, I have so many problems with this, but like, one is you're essentially taking a sledgehammer to the artistic integrity of all the video games that your technology powers. but you're also at the same time like presenting some pretty profound problems when it comes to other aspects of what this is going to be used for, you know? Caroline Kwan, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I'm a trans lady. She, her pronouns. Welcome. Come on in, folks. Come on in. We're talking about DLSS 5. Yeah, like NVIDIA's CEO was basically trying to argue that people are wrong and stupid for not liking this technology. Like, it was genuinely insane. Like, again, like, I know Starfield was given a lot of grief over its character models, but, like, these are two different characters. They're two different characters that happen to occupy the same space in their respective pictures. But, like, yeah, how dare you not like our Insta-face filter tech. I keep going back to this. And, like, I don't know. I find this deeply off-putting. This is a different character on both sides of the face. Like, I don't know how you can use this technology and be like, yes, I guess, and this gets to a fundamental problem that I have with how a lot of people view games, which is that some people just view games as toys as opposed to art, you know? And, oh, actually, Michael B. Jordan had a really great breakdown about this. No, I'm not one to like I'm not one to like pull the Oscar clips or whatever. Let me pull this up real quick though, because it was genuinely really great to see. And I think had an incredibly good point. Let me pull this up. Hope y'all are having a good night. Let's see here. He compares art to a croissant. And I thought that was beautiful. And let's take a look here. God, I have so many tabs, so much information at my fingertips. Where is this? Here it is. Found it.
Pandemic. Like everybody, I started baking. But unlike everybody, I never stopped. So I'm still baking all the time. And one of the first things What are you baking? I make sourdough mostly, but also like any baked good. First thing I tried to learn how to do was make a croissant. And I quickly discovered it's like a 3-day process. And it's like really fucking complicated. A lot of measuring and I can't imagine. And a lot of, you gotta like, and the butter gotta be a certain quality. It's gotta be kept at a certain temperature or else you'll fuck it up. But for my whole entire life, I just thought a croissant was like some easy shit you go grab at the donut shop. I don't even think about like how many layers is in it when you bite into it. I never thought about the flakes and how much work and science it takes. I just know croissants taste good. So for me, I was thinking about this movie like a croissant. Some people like they bake, they gonna cut the croissant open, they gonna count how many layers are in it, they gonna taste the quality of the butter and all of that shit. And that's cool for some people, you feel me? Like most people just wanna eat I just want something quick for breakfast. I was trying to do.
No, I got this clip confused with Michael B. Jordan at In-N-Out. This is Ryan Coogler.
Was make a movie that worked for everybody who was hungry. And for people who like to break down the layers and really dig into it. It's there for them, you know what I mean? They would discover like a lot of folding and good quality ingredients. But people who just was like, fuck it, I just want a croissant. It's there for them too, you know what I mean? And they'll be happy if that makes sense.
I just thought this was great, you know? I thought that was like a really great analogy. And I also think that it applies also to I think it applies also to video games, right? Because there are a lot of people who just like play a video game, then don't think about it at all. To them, it's just a toy that they picked up for a little while. They played with it. They didn't really think about it all that much. Maybe they had a lot of fun with it. Maybe they didn't, and then they put it down. And they don't think about it again, right? But then there are people who actually sit down and like they experience the art. They experience what it's about, the themes, the ideas, the story, the narrative, the music, the different things. They enjoy all the different layers of it and are able to walk away with like a more profound meaning. And I think that that's really, really interesting and really good and really valuable. And yeah, I just think video games saved my life. I would not be here without them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But what I think is so abhorrent about this and why I think so many people reacted so negatively to this is because it's like if you took that croissant and then you just layered I'm going to avoid the obvious comparison, but just layered like Vaseline all over the surface of that croissant. And like technically you could still eat it. You could still eat the Vaseline croissant, but like why would you? Why would you do that when you could just eat a non-Vaseline covered croissant? You know? Yeah, you could feel like now it's glossier, it's better, it's a shinier croissant. Look, you can see all of the different curves as the light more accurately reflects off of them. And it's like, well, I didn't want my croissant to be more reflective. I didn't want my croissant to be, like that. I wanted it to be tasty. I wanted to experience the food in my mouth as it goes through my body in the various phases of eating. I wanted to understand it. You know? Why is Nvidia yassifying Resident Evil? I mean, it's not just Resident Evil. That's just one of the this one in particular. Look, I didn't play Hogwarts Legacy at all, okay? But this one in particular fucking got me. Watch what they do to this guy, okay? Just watch this. Okay. That's a different guy. That is just a different guy. Man gets greasy. God. Just a shinier goblin. A lot of whitewashing from it? Yeah, that too. That's a different shirt? Wait, I wasn't paying attention to his shirt. I was just paying attention to his face. No, go back. Oh my god, it does it does move the V of his shirt down, I think. Or maybe maybe not. The DLSS is hard to see. Yeah, it's literally a whiter shirt. That is bizarre. That is bizarre as hell. Does it handle text worse? I don't know, but I think the point someone brought up earlier where like someone brought up how does this technology handle the character models of children, and that like suddenly made me get so skeeved out about this technology. You know? Yeah, it's again smudging the lens essentially of whatever gets put on screen. It's the just gonna shit all over everything button, essentially. Gods, I hate this. This DLSS5 shit is garbage. Yeah, the subreddit isn't doing well over at NVIDIA. They're having to delete, like, all of the messages en masse. It's not a great time over there for them. Here, let's just take a quick look at a portion of
Obviously
the Digital Foundry coverage here.
has some issues with its lighting. It's not ray traced, it tends to look very flat, and I thought DLSS 5 did a fantastic job enhancing details and enhancing that lighting presentation in a way that I didn't really think was possible, because all of a sudden you've got this game that otherwise looks very flat, otherwise has a kind of last generation appearance in some respects, and all of a sudden it kind of looks like a path traced game. But there are still some issues though, like you can note screen space errors in certain games where like you have screen space reflections or screen space ambient occlusion, and those things are breaking up in the DLSS 5 image. So it's not like it's perfectly understanding and reconstructing all characteristics of light. It's still depending on the base render, but it's super impressive to see a game like Starfield, to see this character's jacket, for instance, all the specular highlights cast in a much more realistic light, the material.
Like, that's just a different character. It's crazy, dog.
In a much more realistic light, the material properties along her clothing there, and indeed in her face, this colossal increase in lighting fidelity, where all of a sudden you're seeing proper subsurface scattering, her eyes are properly self-shadowing in there, and her mouth is also shadowing her teeth correctly, and all these other characteristics that they pointed out to us that you don't really think about in the context of real-time rendering, because you're so used to a lower quality image than what, you know, high-end CG could provide. But all of a sudden, we're kind of in the realm of high-end CG with this technology. Starfield, obviously.
I just reject that idea. I just reject it, you know? What did they do to my girl, right? Like, I'm trying to think. I feel like so much would be lost. For example, if we're talking about like comparing this to like high-end CG, like I'm thinking like what on earth in film would be at all acceptable to do this same thing to? Like, for whatever reason, it's fine to do this to all video games, but like, why aren't you yassifying the original Tron? You know? Like, sit with yourself for a minute and be like, why aren't we yassifying Tron? Look, if it's such an impressive technology, why not yassify Tron? But the thing is, you could do that, but why would you? Why aren't we yassifying the original stop motion fight from Jason and the Argonauts with all the skeletons? Why would you do that? Why would anyone want that? Why would anyone want, like, Ray Harryhausen shit to be run through AI generators to make it look like high-end CG? They're doing that with a lot of 4K remasters. Any 4K remaster that is using, like, AI to, like, heighten the resolution, just, it's garbage. It's not worth it. Yeah, like, AI upscaling for old movies looks like ass, but also, like, this isn't even just upscaling. This is, like, just straight up wiping out the intention of the people who made this, so that you can look at more Yas Queen character models. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. The only way I can understand it is if it is being pushed by people who think that video games are just toys. And they're not just toys. God. Anyway, folks, that is going to do it for this particular segment, but we're going to keep on going for those who are watching live. But if you got anything out of this, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words, and also get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your Dems more progressive, make your DSA more effective. We need to get people involved on the local level so that they can stop ICE, so that they can stop concentration camps being built in your neck of the woods, all that stuff. And you can do that if you are involved in politics on the local level. So get involved. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It fits. It is very comfortable. I'm wearing it right now. It's very sexy. And we have new styles, sizes, and colors coming in the near future. So do check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo if you're watching on YouTube. And let's keep on going. Whew. Can we offset the AI slop with some real art, please? What is it? Oh, Dune trailer? Last time, okay, I would say yes, but the last time I played a Dune trailer, like, several different fucking DMCAs happened. I'm really, really looking forward to it, though. Though even more than the movie itself, I am kind of looking forward to I'm looking forward to the conservative reaction to it. Because I guarantee you there are so many conservatives who watched the first 2 movies in the Dune series and think Paul Atreides is Jesus Christ. And I'm really looking forward to that not being the case. I'm looking forward to it a lot. What? Lol? Oh yeah, a lot of conservatives love the first 2 Dune movies. A lot of them love it and didn't bother to read the books. And it's gonna be a rough come down from that. So they have never read the books? No, they haven't even read their most important book. They're certainly not going to read Dune. Okay. Are y'all ready? Maybe I'll talk about this lawsuit on a new day. I don't know how interested you guys are in, like, legal battles over video game rights. Maybe we'll do this on a new day, but holy shit, the lawsuit between Krafton and the Subnautica devs is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever read. Okay? It's so fucking funny. Unknown Worlds, yes. Yes. And when you know it, it does involve ChatGPT. We'll take a quick look at it. We have another story though, and I'd love to get to that, which is we have so many things to talk about. I need to be choosy. We're gonna do I think 2 more tonight. And folks, we have been going for over 4 hours now, so just a reminder, you guys make this show possible. Consider hitting that like button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. We even got a little song to let you know what to do. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Here we go. So, folks, I think we have to engage a little bit with what it means in this country to be a far-right Christian nationalist. Because one of the things that happened when Talarico won the primary is suddenly the entire country started having a reckoning with the fact that he presents Christianity in a fundamentally different way from how Christian nationalists promote and display Christianity. And I'm going to play you a clip here. This is from Joshua Hames and Brooks Potiger, who is, incidentally, Pete Hegseth's pastor. And here's what they're saying about Talarico.
Public enemies, these are the orcs at the gate. You are not called to love the barbarian horde that is planning to break into your city and, pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people. Right. You don't love that horde. That is your enemy, and you pray. This is where you have imprecatory psalms. This is where you pray strongly. The psalmist is not shy. God, destroy them. Make them as dung on the ground, right? So, but Madison and I were talking about that, and so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly right.
I want him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Talarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
that's what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life, right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God. Public enemies.
So there you hear these two guys openly calling for God to kill James Talarico, and if not, to stop him by any means necessary. Now, just as an FYI, when you hear religious extremists calling for God to kill someone, that is a call to their followers and to their audience for someone to go out and do God's will, which is murder. That's how this relationship kind of works. So they're just openly calling for the killing of James Talarico. But there was something really interesting at the beginning of this clip too. I'm going to play a bit of it again here.
These are the orcs at the gate. You are not called to love the barbarian horde that is planning to break into your city and, pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people. Right. You don't love that horde. That is your enemy, and you pray. This is where...
Now, it's interesting that he says, you're not called as a Christian to love that horde. They're your enemy. And I can't help it. Old habits die hard. I grew up in the fundamentally religious, evangelical Christian background, all that stuff. I just want to direct you guys over to Matthew 5:43 through 44. Or 45, rather. You have heard it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you.
Bring him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. .dir.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate the support. But quite literally, Jesus does call you to love your enemies. In no uncertain terms here. He says, I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Do not even pagans do that. Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Jesus literally calls on his followers to love their enemies. I don't know who these guys are talking about, but it is absolutely not related to their book. It is related to their violent fanaticism that has embraced far-right conservative ideology. Okay? And it's interesting to me because this is not an isolated incident, right? Media Matters actually went out there and collected a bunch of the right-wing attacks against James Talarico. Trying to come across as a fake Christian, uses fake sermons and fake passages from the Bible, a skin suit of Christianity, a creepy-looking heretic and fake pastor who pathologically lies to Christians over and over again about what the scripture says. Benny Johnson attacked Talarico, claiming his beliefs on abortion and faith are straight up demonic, and called him a demon who's perverting my faith. Greg Kelly from Newsmax called him a false teacher for his views on trans kids, which is that they're fine and also loved by God, and the LGBT queer situation, quote, which has gotten completely, totally out of hand. Newsmax Mercedes Schlapp said that he's trying to come across as a fake teacher, which that doesn't make any sense, Mercedes. Why would somebody try to come across as a fake teacher? Wouldn't they just try to be coming across as a teacher? Get your hateful thought together before you let your mouth run with it, okay? You've got Chris Plant on Newsmax saying Talarico's preaching pseudo sermons and left-wing fake religious sermons and fake sermons, fake passages from the Bible, tortured and misrepresentations from the Bible, calling him a freak. It is a non-stop a lot from Newsmax, but also like just beyond that on Fox News. Lawrence Jones criticized Talarico's faith, claiming that in Texas, our pastors don't talk like that about God and gender, when clearly they do, because James Talarico is a pastor from Texas. Will Kane on Fox said Talarico is perhaps more radical than Jasmine Crockett and claimed he's concerned that Texans will get wrapped up in this, skin suit of Christianity while selling the wokest of woke left politics. It's weird. It's wild. But they're all attacking him so hard because they recognize he is a threat to them. He is a threat to their version of Christianity that is predicated and fueled by hatred, right? Like, they are afraid of him because they recognize that in his, conception of love and kindness through the gospel of Jesus Christ and through his Christian faith, that he represents a potential death blow to what Christian nationalism offers, because he's literally given sermons to packed churches about how Christian nationalism is heretical, about how Christian nationalism is essentially a cancer within the Christian church that must be excised. He has made no secret about the fact that he is the enemy of Christian nationalism, and they all recognize him as their enemy as well. And, well, it's also interesting here because I wanted to take a look at a particular video put together by Brett Cooper about a week ago here. Let's just see how Brett Cooper handles this situation. She put out a video titled "James Talarico is the Pastor from Hell." Let's take a look, shall we?
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol.
Now, I have to say, after spending the last 5-ish years talking about the weirdest things that I find on the internet every day, very few things take me aback. And then I come across this Presbyterian pastor nutjob who was literally so insane that I am dedicating an entire episode to him. So let me introduce you all to James Talarico, who is running for Senate in Texas. Now, before I tell you about this man and why you should be very concerned, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and of course, ring that notification bell if you want to stay up to date to every single thing we upload on the channel. And if you want behind the scenes content, farm vlogs, all of that fun, jazzy stuff, go to cooperconfidential.com. That is my subscription platform that we built from the ground up for you guys. All right, so diving in today, I just want to say that yes, this man is running for Senate in Texas, but this episode should matter to you even if you don't live in Texas, because it is important to see the playbook the Democrats are most likely going to be using in 2026 and 2028. We need.
What is interesting is that Brett Cooper cut off the quote, which is, I'm just saying this because it is on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch. He's talking about the fact that trans kids from all across Texas showed up to advocate for themselves and declare their humanity and to argue that they deserve the same human rights, the same access to medicine that cisgender kids do. And they shouldn't have had to do that, but it's inspiring to watch people stand up for their rights. That is objectively a brave thing to do. It is something that is wonderful to see. It is good when people stand up for their rights in a country that has argued we have inalienable rights. And they shouldn't have to do that.
I thought Fem Shapiro was Jewish. Did she transition both in her gender and her religion?
I don't think Fem Shapiro is Jewish. I think she must have transitioned in her religion as well. It's true.
be vigilant, we need to be aware, and Mr. James Talarico is just the perfect example. So before we dive into the insane videos that are circulating on the internet right now, let's just take a look at the highlights from his campaign page. So you have him here. The first thing that comes to mind is I feel like...
I'm sorry, did you just use a Zelda sound effect to transition?
His campaign page. So you have him here.
Is that just a pitch shifted version of the Zelda sound effect? Am I going crazy right now?
Right now, let's just take a look at the highlights from his campaign page. So you have him here.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
The first thing that comes to mind is I feel like every one of us knows some lesbian woman that looks exactly like him. Like, that is the energy that this photo is giving. But his website reads, meet...
Okay. In the interest of fairness, James Talarico does kind of look like a certain kind of lesbian. I will grant her that. I will grant her that. She is correct in that regard.
Exactly like him, like that is the energy that this photo is giving. But his website reads, meet James Talarico. James is an 8th generation Texan, former middle school teacher. Ugh, that's weird. Trans kids. And Presbyterian.
Why is that weird? Like, wait, why is it weird that he finds it inspiring to see kids advocate for themselves? He's literally a teacher. That was part of his job. What are you talking about? Yeah, she is trying to imply that he's like a pedophile. That is what she's trying to do. She's trying to be like, "Oh, he loves trans kids." Huh. What a weird thing to do. Because again, the only way conservatives can kind of like wrap their mind around trans people is that like it has to like trans people have something to do with a sick and disgusting fetish.
If Weird
right?
Al can be a lesbian, why can't Talarico?
That's true. I did see that presentation video. I know which video this is.
Hello?
Yup. I've seen it, and it's a good video. Everyone should watch it. I'm linking it in all the chats. Absolute banger of a video. And yes, Weird Al, honorary lesbian. Talarico, also an honorary lesbian. That's true. Groomers is what she's thinking. I mean, I think it's partly groomers, but I think more it's she's like, he's into trans kids. Like she's implying that he is specifically a predator looking for trans kids. When like the far more obvious answer is that teachers take pride in watching students and children of the age that they teach flourishing and doing well and standing up for themselves. That's a pretty important component of wanting to be a teacher.
Seminarian. As a state representative, he's led the fight against the billionaire mega donors and puppet politicians who have taken over Texas. Now he's running for U.S. Senate to take his fight against corruption to Washington and to win back power for the working people. All right, so what this man is doing is he is positioning himself as a down-home Christian moderate man. Like, color me crazy, but I do not think transing the kids is moderate. And even in...
There's a big leap from being proud of seeing kids stand up for their rights and engaging in the civic process, and saying that James Talarico was part of like some kind of forced feminization program at the school he worked at. I just want to pause right here. If a conservative somehow wandered into my content here, like, are you serious right now? You think that he, like, James Talarico was part of some secret transing program at his school? Or even if you think like it was done out in the open, how? Like what, he had an after school club for transing youth? That's not a thing. Transing the kids is not a thing, and neither is straighting the kids. Or, you know, like, I'm sorry, the same way you can't make someone straight, you also can't make someone trans. It doesn't work that way.
2026, it's not moderate because the majority of Americans are against it. The majority of Americans are kind of like, yeah, it's a little step too far, but James might not be aware of that polling because he is certainly running with this idea. Now, as you will see, none of his other positions are that moderate either. Anyway, that clip that I showed you at the top of the episode today is going viral this week after James won his primary in Texas. He was going up against Jasmine Crockett.
Well, that's why she cut the original quote off. Yeah, exactly. Can I actually find the original quote? It's from the Super Bloom. Is it this one?
This episode is brought to you by
No, I don't want to listen to the audio version. Here.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
If knowing trans people exist or seeing trans people in public turns them trans despite overwhelming cis sites and knowledge, that sounds like a skill issue.
Right? Right?
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch.
Something that you love that's not.
That is just not, that's not a sussy comment to make. Did he ever claim to be a moderate, or is she hinting that it should be taken as read that a pastor should have moderate politics at most? I think she's just interested in misrepresenting him at this point, largely because, I don't know, somebody who is straight up saying, I want to end Christian nationalism, and the only minority that is harming America is the billionaire class. I think that's somebody who's a little bit more progressive than they let on. But that's just me.
Blew that woman right out of the water, which honestly, I mean, good for him, I guess, but honestly, she wasn't a great candidate to begin with, but honestly, I'm a little...
Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs yet again. Thank you for supporting the show. I very, very much appreciate it.
Sad because making fun of her for the next however many months, 9 months, was going to be just an absolute treat. But instead, we have to talk about this fake Christian pastor. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that now the entire internet is...
But see how interesting it is? How interesting that we're only a couple minutes in, but she's already called him a fake pastor multiple times. And he's not a fake pastor. He's a real deal pastor. Like, they have to discredit his faith because the way he practices it is antithetical to their political ambitions, to their political goals. And they recognize that. And in that recognition, they see him as an enemy.
Paying attention to this Democrat megastar now that Jasmine Crockett is out of the way. He has set his sights on Washington in the last 48 hours. My feed has been filled with videos of him. Somebody commented on that first video and said, instead of something like Jesus Christ or America or my dogs or even something more superficial like college football, this was the answer he chose to connect with his fellow Texans, which is so true. So either he cannot read the room or we should be really worried about our...
It's weird how she can't call him a bad pastor, only a fake pastor.
Well, right, because they have to reject the very notion that what he is saying can at all be rooted in their religious beliefs, right? Like, they need to discredit him, not just him, but his version of Christianity. And also, just real quick,
Texans, which is so true. So either he cannot read the room, or we should be really worried about our friends over in Purple, Texas. Somebody else.
I mean, I think this is just me. I think maybe you should be a little worried about your friends in Purple, Texas. It sounds like they're, I don't know, getting up to some crazy things like respecting trans kids and thinking that trans people deserve rights and whatnot. I know, crazy new frontiers being being explored over there, but they might actually, somewhere in Texas, actually support children who have the courage to come out as trans. And again, you can really see that terrifies them, right? Like, it is terrifying to her that he managed to win the primary with that messaging.
Posted this photo and said, has anyone seen this guy and Isaac from Children of the Corn in the same room at the same time? Nope. And also I have to say, he does look suspiciously like Elliot Page, if you catch my drift. Just saying. Anyway.
I don't catch your drift at all, actually. Are you trying to imply James Talarico is a lesbian and also a trans man? Like, it's wild how bigoted she is, right? Yeah, she's not making sense. You know, for the first time ever, I have to unironically use this button.
Fucking pronouns!
What are you saying, Brett? It sounds like you've gotten your pronouns all confused. My God.
The big thing over on X right now is people arguing over whether James Talarico is a real Christian or whether he's more Christian than all the MAGA voters, whatever it is. But here's the thing. I am not a theologian, neither is he, to be honest. Anyway.
Also, okay, I know it's a little thing, and I know we're already beyond the point, but can we just, like, quickly go back?
I am not. Watch my draft. As look, Children of the Corn.
Has anyone seen this guy and Isaac from Children of the Corn in the same room at the same time? And I understand that this is a joke about how Talarico looks, but simultaneously, there is a part of my brain where it's like, no, because Isaac gets killed by Malachi. Like, stop. Don't make a reference to this film. Would you? Harumph. Wow, spoilers.
In the same room at the same time.
Sorry.
Nope. And also I have to say, he does look suspiciously like Elliot Page, if you catch my drift. Just saying. Anyway, the big thing over on X right now is people arguing over whether James Talarico is a real Christian or whether he's more Christian than all the MAGA voters, whatever it is. But here's the thing. I am not a theologian, neither is he, to be honest. Anyway, I am not a theologian. I am not here to do that. I will leave that debate up to the people who are more well-versed in that arena. But I do want to shine a light on what this man is obviously doing from a strategy standpoint, because he is using his faith as a means to an end. It is being used as a way to connect.
Yeah, and conservatives would never do that. Conservatives would never weaponize faith in the United States. That would... Conservatives would never, ever do that in America. Hey, let me play you guys a clip from Paul Weyrich real quick. This is from the co-founder of the Heritage Foundation and the American Legislative Executive Council, a massive corporate lobbying group that wrote legislation for politicians to sign. Let's listen to what he had to say.
They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody to vote. Elections are not won by a majority of people. They never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down.
Yeah, just as an FYI, in case you're wondering how the Save America Act fits into all this, that is exactly how it fits into this. Because if you know anything about Paul Weyrich, fun fact for you guys, he's got a fun little Wikipedia page here. And wouldn't you know it, his ordination section, very short, very interesting. After the Second Vatican Council, Weyrich transferred from the Latin Church of the Catholic Church to the Melkite Greek Catholic Church and was ordained as a deacon for the Melkite Greek Catholic Eparchy of Newton. Again, Second Vatican did a lot to conservative Christians here in the United States, to say the least. Anyway, I know that's an aside, but I wanted to point out as well that after his ordination, he became the press secretary to Republican Senator Gordon L. Allott of Colorado, and that he went on to go found the Heritage Foundation in 1973, and went on to work with a lot of different folks, including Jerry Falwell, in the formation of the moral majority. Essentially, Paul Weyrich is the guy that injected evangelical Christianity with politics. Up until that point in time, it had been, largely not a one-party thing to be a Christian in America. You could be Republican, Democrat, whatever. You and still be a Christian. And that's still kind of true, but there then became a concerted effort under Weyrich and Jerry Falwell to politicize Christianity, specifically Southern Christianity. And this is, by the way, where you get Southern Baptists. If you've ever wondered why there are Baptists and there are Southern Baptists, well, the answer to that is it's rooted in some racial issues, we'll say, to say the least. Some racial animus, even. And Jerry Falwell's idea was, what if we could harness this evangelical fervor and these Southern Baptists, the KKK Baptists, yes. If we could harness their hard line on, racial segregation and all that jazz, and weaponize it for a political end. And that became the project of the next 30 years of American politics. And they were incredibly successful at it. But you should all look into the history of the moral majority. Very interesting. But I just want to say, Brett Cooper speaking here about how could he politicize his religion when she is the product of a movement that has spent the last 50 years specifically weaponizing Southern religious movements against the very concept of democracy, which, for the record, Paul Weyrich was also anti-democracy, as you heard in that clip. So, it's pretty rich, to say the least.
Connect with voters and create a palatable brand for most of normal America who just wants a common sense candidate who makes them feel good. And up until this weekend, I will say, it has been working. I mean, even the Joe Rogan, Matthew McConaughey types of the world who want the squishy, uncontroversial, moderate, but sort of conservative ideas are falling for his shtick. Listen to what they said on a recent episode of Joe Rogan's podcast.
James Talarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man, and he opposes it, and he's a Democrat. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists where they want to replace all the funding for public schools and put in private Christian. They want a theocracy in Texas, essentially. I don't know if he's correct or not.
But he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this is a beginning of an overcompensation.
No, he has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man.
Right.
Very religious man, like a great Christian.
Right.
And he thinks that this is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity.
A great Christian who doesn't want religion taught in schools. Make it make sense. Anyway, listen, on the surface, I get it, because this man's branding has been effective and it is fit for the times. He was certainly more professional seeming and serious than his opponent, Jasmine Crockett. That obviously is saying something, but I just want you to look at this ad that he produced back in September. This was the first time that I ever saw him. Just watch.
The biggest divide in our country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other so that we're not looking up at them. The people at the top work so hard to keep us angry and divided.
I do have to say, she's doing a really bad job making him look bad.
Because our unity is a threat to their wealth and their power. So their social media algorithms and their cable news networks tear us apart. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, so that we don't notice that they're defunding our schools, gutting our healthcare, and cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It is the oldest strategy in the world. Divide and conquer.
Like, I can't believe that she just, like, played that clip. Like, if you're gonna play the clips to make them look bad, you definitely shouldn't be playing this. Like, I'm shocked. She's gonna unintentionally make her audience
The biggest
Talarico
divide
supporters.
is between top and bottom. He actually might be a non-honorary queer person. KEKW.
You're right. You're right. In this world, there are only two types of people, tops and bottoms. But sometimes, a third can come into being. A legendary type. A switch.
But we will not be conquered. We're underdogs in this fight. We're going up against those billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians. We're going up against a rigged system. And we're going up against a lot of money. But I'm a former middle school teacher. I don't scare easily.
Okay, I cannot keep watching this. Basically what happens is he continues to say a bunch of empty platitudes about unity. The camera continues to pull.
Wait, a bunch of empty I don't know. I think it was pretty clear about what he was talking about. I think he was I don't think those were empty at all. I think he was making a compelling point about the fact that, like, we shouldn't let ourselves be divided along race or gender or, you know, what have you. We should instead be realizing that our true oppressors are the capitalist class that seek to use us for labor. Seemed pretty straightforward to me.
Back, the music swells, it's twangy, it's Texan, all the things. Like, come on, the man is milking it. Oh my God, like he's in the back of a pickup truck, preaching, perfectly poised, right in front of a church.
I love that her criticism is that this content appeals to people like me a little too much.
Texas flag is hanging suspiciously, perfectly in frame. He's got a
yeah, it's a fucking ad spot. Yes, they set it up to look like that on camera. You want us to believe that that's an actual corner of your house and not just like some kind of soundstage? Like you meticulously set up this corner for yourself to stream in? To make your show? Oh, but it's look at the posters. There's a Jaws poster. Oh no. It's to appeal to the youth.
black kid situated in frame, elevated on the pickup truck, only one of 3 in the crowd, I think, so I'm sure that they propped him up right there to be like, look, the black community.
As I look at her set, there's not really that much to compliment there, unlike, you know, the clearly thought out presentation of Talarico's videos.
He loves him. We got to get you guys to. They've got the old school twang going on. They've got the filter that makes you feel like you're watching some kind of second coming of JFK. It's ridiculous. And he's not actually saying anything of substance. He's not really talking about.
He's milking it. Why can't he be more like the very hetero, very cis, very Christian Lindsey Graham?
Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham is such a Christian. He would never get drunk, let alone drunk on bloodlust.
Policy. It's just, you know, unity. Look up, not right and left. Come together, my.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that when he says look up at the people oppressing you, he's saying we're going to tax those billionaire fucks.
Brothers, and that is what he wanted people to take from that video. A feeling, an essence, a vibe of who he is. And let me tell you, until now, most people have not seen through the filters and the branding and the perfectly positioned chapel and little black boy. They have been eating it up. Just like I've been eating up my new supplements from Jevity. Because guys,
Okay, one thing I do appreciate about Brett Cooper is that she has some smooth transitions into her ad reads. They get me every time.
I am officially a Jevity absolutist. I am obsessed with this, which is
It's been 5 days since I ate real food. I'm only existing on these supplements.
Not James Talarico. I mean, look at these comments from that TikTok video. One person said, billionaires want us looking right and left at each other, so we're not looking up at them. Absolutely true. Ella's dad commented and said, I never vote Dem, but I will for this guy. Why? What did he say that could sway you? That he's a middle school teacher so he doesn't scare easily? Like, seriously, Ella's dad? Come up with something better. Somebody else.
I don't know. Maybe they're basing that decision on more than just one video. Like, say, the other things he says and the policies he's talked about, you know, like maybe, you know, can I just take a quick look here real quick? Okay, so when I go to his website,
Ad reads just don't hit the same after cart homs. They put so much energy into their skits.
So true. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's just take a look at the issue page. Corruption and democracy, taxes and cost of living, public education, healthcare, freedom, family and faith, immigration and border security. Wow, it looks like he has a lot of different policies one could look at. Let's look at taxes and cost of living. I was born to a single mom, worked overtime at a hotel. I'm a former public school teacher. Let's see. I know what it's like to work early mornings and late nights in an underpaid, stressful job. I know what it's like to be crushed by student debt and medical debt. I know what it's like to feel like the system isn't working for you. Meanwhile, the richest 1% of Americans now own more wealth than the entire middle class. Dozens of the largest corporations pay $0 in federal income taxes. They lobby for policies that cut their own taxes while raising taxes on all of us. And they lobby against regulations that would stop them from monopolizing markets and artificially jacking up prices. It's a big reason that everything is so expensive right now. We need a government that serves working people instead of giant corporations. And we need a government that rolls back the barriers keeping us from living the American dream, whether they're unnecessary tariffs or outdated zoning regulations. As a legislator, I have fought for working Texans. I've stood up to billionaire mega donors and special interests. I've worked to cut bureaucratic red tape, passing major legislation to lower the cost of prescription drugs, housing, and childcare. Now I'm taking this fight to the U.S. Senate. My priorities in the U.S. Senate: create a fairer tax system, make billionaires pay their fair share in taxes, including by imposing a higher tax on their income and capital gains, and ending the dubious buy, borrow, die loopholes that billionaires use to grow untaxed wealth. Make corporations pay their fair share in taxes, including by raising the corporate tax rate. It's fallen by half since the mid-1980s, ending the carried interest tax loophole that allowed hedge funds to avoid paying billions that they owe, and rolling back other extreme tax breaks that allowed the largest corporations to pay $0 in federal income taxes. You know, I'm not even done reading through this area, and it kind of sounds like he might have a few policies cooking. You know? might have a few policies cooking on this website, because I've made it through this much, and there are a lot more policy proposals here. Cool.
Commented and said, "It's not about blue or red, it's about common sense." He's right. Yeah, so true, Kingpin, New Jersey, so true. But you know, the thing is, actually, for James Talarico, it actually is left versus right. It actually is very partisan, and actually, his policies are not about...
Well, I guess it is partisan in the sense that he is running for political office, and his opponent in the upcoming election is going to be a Republican, so... I guess in that sense, yeah, he's a bit partisan, because his job is literally to make the case for his side to win.
Common sense. They're batshit crazy. They're things that you would expect to see at a West Hollywood Pride Parade, except he's dressing them up in a tweed suit while holding a Bible. That is what is happening here. And this man is hoping that Texas is just too dumb to notice. I mean, just listen to what he said when he won his primary last week.
We are running against the broken system and the powerful people who broke it. They're scared of the movement we are building. They're gonna throw everything they have at us. They're gonna call me a radical leftist. They're gonna call me a fake Christian. They'll call our movement un-Texan, un-American. They'll call us a threat. The only truth is, we are a threat. We're a threat to their corrupt system.
Okay, just speaking of cherry-picking voters to be in these types of promotions, I want to know what happens behind the scenes when they're choosing who stands behind a candidate. Do they go, okay...
It's like two guards arguing over halberds versus cowbells. It's intrinsically partisan.
God damn it, Sake Tanuki. God damn it. I love it. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, like, how do they choose who stands behind someone? They typically get the people who've been hitting the streets, the people who've been knocking doors, the people who've been phone banking, the people who've been volunteering, or the people who work on the campaign. That's how they typically choose those people. Those people all contributed. Like, that's why they're even there at that event in the first place. Like, it's incredible how poorly this hit piece on Talarico is going for her. I can't believe she put this out. How many views does this have? 117,000 views?
Okay, but we need the black woman, we need the old boomer lady right behind him, we need the massive body positive girl to be behind him holding a sign,
Yeah, it couldn't be because those people genuinely support him.
Need the Mexican lady over here. I mean, literally, it's like they are casting a Hollywood movie of diversity. I got off on a tangent. That is not actually what I wanted to...
Yeah. We all know only white people live in Texas. The only way a black person or, like, a larger person could be in Texas is if they were casting for a movie.
To talk about in regards to that video. Anyway,
the only way a Mexican lady could be in Texas is if they were casting a movie.
Back to the point, James, you are right. We are going to call you all of those things because you actually are all of those things. So, you know what? Let's just make it easy. Let's just start with the thing.
Oh, okay. Let's just start. We're 12 minutes into this video. We're over halfway done. Substantiate any of your claims, please.
Christian part. Again, I'm not here to debate the Bible or anything, but I would argue that, you know, considering you are a Christian man, a Bible-thumping Christian man studying at seminary, probably shouldn't be following OnlyFans models on Instagram. And yet, oop, you do that per accident.
Yeah. Because, Jesus Christ famously didn't hang out with sex workers. Oh, wait. He did? Huh. That's so strange.
Talarico follows 10 Instagram accounts of women who are popular porn actors, OnlyFans models, and have accounts on escort sites, according to publicly available accounts viewed by Axios in recent weeks. Real Christian, James! Real Christian. Now, these comments were hilarious. One person said, to be fair, it would be the first heterosexual thing he's done. Again, major lesbian vibes. Another guy said, cue it up, but Jesus had dinner with prostitutes. Following porn girls is Talarico being decent and just like Jesus. Yeah, I'm sure it's coming if they are not commenting that already. I did see one person comment and say,
okay, and what is your rebuttal exactly?
Like, shut up, who cares? I bet all the trad conservative husbands do the same thing. Let him live. This doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, dude, just because other men do it doesn't mean it's right. That actually means it is a bigger problem. And I know that this is a crazy concept in modern politics, but for an elected official, a representative, somebody more importantly who is leading with his faith, who is plastering Presbyterian seminarian on every single social media bio, on every single web page, should theoretically be leading by example, should be holding himself to a higher standard. And I would say that if it was somebody on the right, if it was somebody on the left, that is just across the board a standard that you should hold yourself to. If you are a Christian man, you should not be following OnlyFans models.
Why?
In Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter, he slays vampires out with Mary Magnum, a sex worker, with a gun, and Santos, a legendary Mexican pro wrestler.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I'm gonna go, like, is that an actual thing? Wait a minute. Oh, hell yeah. It's a movie. Let's go. Oh, this is incredible. The power of Christ impales you. I love it. I love it a lot. Oh god. But I don't know. Look, I feel like if you are someone in this circumstance and you're like, good Christians shouldn't follow pretty ladies on Instagram, sometimes pretty ladies are really funny and really cool and have interesting and awesome things to say. All right? You should not be robbing yourself of knowing about other people who are cool and interesting and fun. Like, if it's going to cause problems in your life, sure, you got to moderate that, but like, I don't know. I feel like there was some saying about if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. You know, like it just kind of seems to be like it's not a big deal unless it's a problem for you. You know?
Crazy idea, I know. But guys, James' affinity for escorts online is just scratching the surface with this man. Colin Roog on X aptly summed up what Texans are getting themselves into. He wrote, Democrat and Presbyterian seminarian James Talarico has won the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. Here are some of his beliefs. Thinks illegal immigrant children are more patriotic than American children. Thinks the Torah tells you how to give an abortion. Thinks the trans community needs abortion too.
Okay. All right.
Thinks that there are 6 genders, thinks that God is non-binary, thinks the Bible supports gay marriage, thinks that Jesus supported abortion because he talked to and was kind to women, thinks the story of Mary's Annunciation is proof that God supports abortion. Oh yeah, but guys, remember, he's not a radical leftist, no couldn't.
Can we just like go back to this list real quick? All right. Number 1, we'll just go through this. We'll just go through this, okay? Illegal immigrant children are more patriotic than American children because they came to America for safety. Like, they chose America rather than happen to emerge from an American of vagina. Like that, yeah. The element of choice there is perhaps arguably more patriotic. thinks the Torah tells you how to give an abortion. It does. God literally has rules for how to perform an abortion if you think your wife is cheating on you. There's literally a part of the Bible that talks about it. Like, Google Bible the bitter water. Yeah, the bitter waters. Exactly. Thinks the trans community needs abortions too. The trans community does also need abortions because trans men can sometimes still get pregnant. This isn't, like, difficult to understand. Like, if a trans man still has a uterus, like, obviously they can get pregnant. Thinks there are 6 genders. Now, this one I find interesting. I googled it. It apparently comes from a 2021 debate about a bill for, like, about trans kids in sports. And essentially Talarico made an argument that there were 6 biological sexes, because he was talking about, like, variations in, like, chromosomal sex. But, like, you know, I don't know that he's correct on that one, but he's got spirit, all right? Like, he's good. He's good egg. And also, if you have that additional context, then of course that makes a bit more sense. Let's take a look here. Thinks God is non-binary. God literally is non-binary. God is a non-physical entity. Like, I'm sorry. Do you think that God the Father has, like, a heavenly penis? Do you think that God the Father has, like, divine XY chromosomes? Like, what are you talking? Like, he's not, like, God's non-binary. God can be anything. God is anything. Like, this is like arguing whether or not Cthulhu is a guy or a girl. Who gives a fuck? Like, come on. Like, obviously, a creature that transcends all mortal understanding may in fact be any gender it so chooses, including non-binary. Like, this is what's crazy to me is, like, God is all powerful. Okay, is God so powerful that God could be non-binary? No. Okay. Well, all right, I guess.
Depends on how God got Mary pregnant. Joseph deserves more answers.
Poor Joseph. Oh, God. Joseph sitting on the ultimate cuck chair. Thinks the Bible supports gay marriage. I don't think it, like, says you can't get gay married in the Bible, actually. So, in a sense, yeah. Thinks Jesus supported abortion because he talked to and was kind to women. Well, he did tend to believe that women deserved bodily autonomy. So, that would be in line. And thinks the story of Mary's Annunciation is proof that God supports abortion. I gotta be honest, I need to refresh my memory. Annunciation. Oh, okay. God announcing to Mary. Honestly, I don't understand the logic of that one, but I'm sure he'd explain it.
abortion. Oh yeah, but guys, remember, he's not a radical leftist. No, couldn't be him. Could not be him. Missing with that. We cannot accuse him of being a radical leftist.
I mean, he's a progressive. I don't exactly know what a radical leftist is. I guess conservatives just keep calling Joe Biden like a Marxist extremist or whatever. So words about the political positioning of different candidates have lost all meaning for conservatives.
Don't forget it. On that note, this was the most perfect edit. Just watch.
They're going to throw everything they have at us. They're going to call me a radical leftist.
Our trans community needs abortion care too. God.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I found an article on this. So Talarico's argument is apparently that through the Annunciation to Mary that she like God is like gonna do the whole embodiment of Christ thing through her. Talarico's argument is that that implies a level of consent from Mary to do this. And so thus, like, the centering of consent in the Annunciation is by extension like an argument about abortion as well. Like, it requires consent to bring a child to term.
Is non-binary.
Modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
Prison is violence. It's hard to imagine a world without prison. Just because it's hard to imagine doesn't mean you shouldn't.
Prison is violence. Yes, the biblical, godly thing to do is let rapists and murderers.
Well, wait a minute. That's not what he said. He said prison is violence, which conservatives talk about that all the time. Like, conservatives are like the first people who will make a don't drop the soap joke. Conservatives are like the first kinds of people who revel in the idea of people languishing in prison and who want to spread mass incarceration. Like, they want to do this because they understand it as violence. Yeah, like the entire concentration camp system, proliferating as a result of ICE is exactly an extension of that. Alligator Alcatraz and the torturing with mosquitoes, etc. Yeah.
Just roam our streets because, God forbid, we push violence upon them. What is this man doing? Like, I'm telling you guys, this man is a nut job. Somebody commented and said, James Talarico's woke Billy Graham shtick has the same function as Tim Walz's trans-affirming Elmer Fudd persona. Democrats
both were very successful, though. Like, that the problem that she's like really struggling with here is that Tim Walz went over very well, and Talarico is going over very well. And like, that's a problem for her, I guess. But she's not making an argument against it. She's just pointing out that they're really popular.
Desperately want a rural, religious-coded white male who can make their most unpopular positions seem American as apple pie. And guess what, guys? It didn't work in 2024 with Tim Walz and his jazz hands. It is not going to work for lesbian-looking Talarico. I am so—
It actually worked really well for Tim Walz. He should have kept with it. Like, Tim Walz should not have allowed himself to be muzzled.
So sorry, because everyone saw through Tim Walz, and this commenter is not lying whatsoever. Like, Tim got on stage after the election and he said the reason why he was picked to be Kamala's running mate was so that he could code speak to the American man. The man who runs on stage doing jumps and jazz hands was supposed to code speak to my husband?
Not to your husband. Your husband's a fucking Republican piece of shit. Like, he is, however, a very successful football coach. Like, I don't know. Sometimes people move their bodies. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry Tim Walz wasn't, I don't know, crushing a beer can and downing like the entire thing, and then pulling out like an AK-47 and just like dual wielding on the stage before throwing it down, burping, and then talking about how much he hates like the queers or something like that. Like, it wasn't for your husband. It's for a different group of men.
Absolutely not. That was never going to work, just like this man's facade is fading more rapidly every single day. Anyway, moving on from that, the same guy who is pro-abortion also wants you to know that you cannot be Christian and be okay with greenhouse gases. Just watch.
You can't call yourself a Christian and destroy God's creation with greenhouse gases.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, this is driving... I just want you guys to know, like, my upbringing in, like, the Christian church is driving me insane right now. It's driving me insane. He's right. Like, in Christian... Like, in Christian thought, God gave the planet and all the animals, everything on Earth, to the province of man. I.e., human beings, as a duty, are to take care of the planet. It's one of the first responsibilities given to human beings. And, like, what he's saying is true. You cannot be a Christian and simultaneously against saving the planet. Like, if you call yourself a Christian, you better be damn sure you're doing everything you can to keep and preserve Earth.
So much. Sir, in my humble opinion, you also can't call yourself a Christian and be okay with the murder of an unborn child. But hey, what do I know? Clearly, my friend, we are working from...
Not much, apparently. Like, you can't call yourself a Christian and be in favor of the murder of an unborn child. I'm sorry. Are you familiar? I had to look at the screen to remind myself that her name was Brett Cooper and not Fem Shapiro. Brett Cooper, are you familiar with the Amalekites? Because God commanded the genocide of the Amalekites in the Bible. And not just like the killing of all of their men, but the killing of all of their women, children, pregnant women, and all of their animals as well. Down to the last fucking fetus. So if you're like, well, you can't be a Christian and be in favor of this, then how the fuck do you reconcile, like, your belief in a divinely good God that would order a genocide? I don't know. It just kind of seems like maybe you might want to check yourself with your own holy book before you start running your mouth.
Completely different premises, because in his mind, Jesus was actually a radical feminist.
Did they teach you in Sunday school that Jesus Christ himself was a radical feminist?
Oh yeah, James. Jesus was for sure like slay queen, chuck that little crotch goblin and eat the patriarchy, throw it in the trash. Like, what are we doing here, guys? Now, the other thing that I want to point out about that...
I don't know. Maybe you need to read Galatians 3 again, lady. Like, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus, which is a pretty revolutionary thing to say at the time, you know? To equate men and women on equal terms within the church, that's actually a relatively progressive thing for the time. It is, in fact, a way of subverting the idea of male dominance over women, and is instead a leveler, a decree from the early church that, again, men and women are not made to be one over the other, but instead are equals. At least in the church.
Radical feminist clip is I just want to zoom in on the crowd here. I did not see a single individual that was under the age of about 55 or 60 years old. He is preaching to a room of boomers. These are not boomers watching Jesse Waters and Fox News. They are the ones who have MSNBC on loop. These are the boomers who are leaving their retirement homes to don taco outfits to do the No Kings protest. That is what we are dealing with here. So number one.
Why are you playing like laugh tracks over that? Like, yeah, they're doing it to be funny, but also to like protect the protest from being like beaten by cops. Oh, those are the old people who are out there caring about their communities. Oh, okay.
One, that should be frightening because this is what our grandparents are apparently being preached at in church. And number two, how embarrassing is that for progressives? That your primary audience is geriatrics. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, wait a minute. As a progressive socialist individual here, my primary audience, as far as I can tell, is not the elderly. It's actually primarily younger people. However, there are a surprising array of different age groups that watch my channel. Hello, all of you. I appreciate all you being here. But like, she's simultaneously being like, this guy's suckering in the young and the old. It's like, what? He's not tricking anybody here. He's just doing sermons.
On from that, I will say this whole thing really does remind me of an interview that I did recently with a drag queen. I think it should be coming out this month. We'll see how that goes. It was crazy. But this drag queen, he told me similar things. He was saying, you know, Jesus was queer, Jesus was a feminist, etc., etc. And it's very easy, like for me, to sit there and laugh it off as utter absurdity when the person telling you that, who's sitting across from you, is a man wearing a miniskirt with a full face of makeup and a wig and like 7-inch heels. But it's a lot harder for people, especially normies who are not chronically online scrolling on X every day like we are, when it is a pastor up at the pulpit preaching, telling them these things, when it is the most normal, waspy looking man alive telling you that Jesus was a radical feminist who wanted abortion for trans people. Like, that's insane. And that is why the Democrats are so excited about this man, because he is a radical leftist going undercover as your average waspy white Joe. But guys, do not...
What's incredible to me is that she keeps saying that James Talarico is going undercover when, like, literally watching him for 5 seconds is the opposite of him being undercover. Like, he's very open and honest about who he is.
How dare this preacher preach and expand his followers? How un-Jesus-like.
Exactly. Like, this guy isn't making it a secret about what he believes. He's giving hour-long plus sermons about it. He's going on podcasts and talking about it for hours. This isn't a secret. He's not going undercover and like pretending to be something he's not. He's just, that's how he chooses to look. And he just happens to have good politics. Didn't God nuke an entire town, Sodom and Gomorrah? That's true. That's true.
Worry, speaking of the whiteness, because he has been actively listening and learning and doing the work.
For me, prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity, my own certainty, my own ego. It's a never-ending process, and it's a painful process.
Ah, yes, the painful process of understanding your whiteness. Thank goodness Jesus is there to walk you through that.
I love the idea that Christianity in particular, a religion built around the idea that humanity itself is imperfect. And like, she's just like, oh, look at you, thinking about a bunch of the different ways you fall short. Huh, not like us, real Christians. And it's just like being familiar with the religious text itself, right? Like, you're commanded to do this. You are commanded to reckon with your failures and to do better, to always be striving to do better within like the Christian church and the Christian belief system. You are like commanded to repent, and repentance requires turning yourself around, understanding what you did wrong and striving to do better. And that requires a level of introspection. It requires a level of engagement with yourself, with your biases, with the different things that make up your identity. It requires engaging with these aspects of yourself. And the way she just like laughs it off is frankly incredibly revealing about the hollowness of her own religious beliefs.
Radical act. Snaps for you, James. Now, I will say he was even brave enough to admit back in 2020 that his whiteness protected him from COVID. These are real things that he tweeted in 2020. He said, "White skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus, but we spread it wherever we go, through our words, our actions, and our systems. We don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or a Confederate flag to be contagious." Oh wow, an analogy for COVID, James. The only cure is diagnosing the virus within ourselves and taking dramatic action to contain the spread. The first small step is proclaiming loudly and unequivocally that hashtag Black Lives Matter. Excellent, James. You're an ally. Thank you so much. Did you enjoy White Fragility? Did you leave a 5-star rating on Goodreads? I'm sure you did. Like, James, you might even be slimier than...
I love people like Brett Cooper, you know? Like, Brett Cooper is out here being like, "Oh, do you think that black people deserve the same level of humanity and civil rights as white people? Huh, James? Huh?" Like, yeah, he does. He's said that a lot. Also, how is that a dunk? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's her self-awareness is below zero, holy shit. Right? It's so bad. It's so low. And I know we're spending so much time going through this incredible trash fire that she has put forward in front of us, but honestly, I'm having a blast going through this absolute train wreck.
Gavin Newsom, and that is saying something. This might be controversial, but I actually think that Gavin Newsom might be more of a normal, moderate guy, but he's been playing the role of this, woke progressive.
I'm gonna just Google Gavin Newsom and look at like the first like image result that pops up. All right, like. He's just a normal guy like you and me. What do you mean? He's just a normal guy. He's just, he's okay, all right.
Man to stay in power, but honestly, the man just wants power. He just wants to be president, and he's going to say whatever he will have to say to make that happen, which makes him dangerous still. But James seems far more calculated and sinister. There is something totally off-putting about him. Like, I have the heebie-jeebies when I watch any of these sermons. So seeing these next comments,
I mean, you have the reason she has the heebie-jeebies, right? The reason why this affects her more than watching a man who has a very obvious desire to hold power is because she understands that man. She understands Gavin Newsom and Gavin Newsom's intense desire to dominate and hold power over others. She doesn't understand James Talarico's version of Christianity that he espouses, wherein everyone is respected. Everyone is a child of God. Everyone is deserving of love and respect and compassion. And like the fact that he sincerely believes that, I think it comes into conflict with her hate-filled version of Christianity that she's built herself into. And I think that it shakes the foundations of that belief a little bit. And I think that for people like Brett Cooper, that's scary. And that is, of course, me assuming that what she's presenting here on screen is even remotely accurate to who she is as a person, which admittedly is a big leap. But I think that, like, what scares her is that Talarico is honest and is sincere. And that's a really powerful quality that isn't appreciated very much in conservative media.
I'm going to read you actually made me feel good, even though I know it was not the intended effect. People were saying, James is the literal opposite of Charlie Kirk, and that is a damn great thing. We need to protect this man at all costs. And you need to see, she wrote that 4 days after Charlie was shot in the neck. Another person said the exact opposite of Charlie Kirk. Now here's the thing, those commenters aren't wrong. James is completely different than Charlie Kirk, and that is a good thing. Because Charlie would run circles around this man in terms of intellect and consistency and
I've watched a lot of Charlie Kirk content. And, like, conservatives, I need to let you know something. Charlie Kirk wasn't a terribly smart guy. And the points he made weren't very good. You just liked them because you agreed with his points. It was an incredibly strong version of confirmation bias. And, like, this mythologizing of him and his abilities, it just doesn't hold up when we have literally hundreds of hours of footage of him making complete and utter dog shit arguments. So, there you have it. That there's some hard truths for you there.
Faith and family. Charlie was a Christian who did not distort the Bible for his agenda and his politics.
Charlie absolutely distorted the Bible, like, all the time, whenever it suited his purpose. Don't lie. We have the footage.
And his faith were harmonious. They were not a means to an end, which is so clearly what is happening with James Talarico. James is playing a part. He is playing a role, even down to his ads and the way that he's preaching and the people that he has in the background. It is all an act. And he uses being a Presbyterian seminarian to shield his incredibly radical, controversial ideas while playing the role of a moderate Christian everyman. Meanwhile, Democrats everywhere are celebrating him for finally being a real Christian, not cherry-picking politics like the bad conservatives to push his agenda. But I mean, come on, take a look in the damn mirror. That is exactly what he's doing. He has cherry-picked love thy neighbor and essentially ignored every other passage in the whole book. But considering that the lot of you really only like faith and Christianity when it benefits you in winning new voters, I wouldn't expect you to know that.
Big news. We were driving back from church and we looked over and there was a hot...
Charlie Kirk was a very smart and powerful man, but not as smart and powerful as the new White House ballroom.
Have you seen it? There are a lot of trucks out there.
Full of piglets.
Well, I do like piglets.
My mom wants you to have an aesthetically pleasing farm vlog, so you are going to have one.
That's nice. Is the pain over? Yes, we've finished. We've finished with our food. Also, can I just as an aside, just the idea that, like, Charlie Kirk was accepted by the Christian community as, like, a strong and valid Christian, just not necessarily. This is the #1 Christian magazine in the UK. I must confess that I was never perturbed by Kirk's trenchant views, which mirrored a plethora of his US counterparts down the decades, most of which are now regarded as reactionaries. What really concerned me was that he described himself as a Christian, yet so many of his opinions appeared incongruous with the savior he followed. Like, this is what people who are deep in the Christian faith actually thought about Charlie Kirk. Not just like people who are, you know, every now and then in church or go every Sunday but kind of tune it out. Like, this is what a lot of people who spend all their time thinking about Christianity, this is what they thought about Charlie Kirk, which is that ultimately his beliefs were not compatible with that of Christianity, or at least the kind of Christianity one actually sees when one reads the New Testament. Like, you can clearly see how he got to some of his ideas from the Bible, but most of them, he had a destination in mind, and he made himself a path to get there out of tortured phrases and passages from the Bible. And that's not to say everything in the Bible is great. I'm just saying, like, as somebody who grew up with it, I read a lot of it, I thought a lot about it, and I'm pretty familiar with the text, even if I have fallen away from the religion itself. And dude was a dog shit Christian at best, and a complete and utter charlatan at worst. And James Talarico, on the other hand, I believe that that guy is sincere in his belief, and I believe that that guy has come by his ideas honestly. And yeah, I think he's also an excellent politician. So, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help in the algorithm more for some reason. And also get organized, folks. Join your local Dems, radicalize them, make them more progressive. Let's board the Democratic Party and jettison the corporate Democrats who've been compromised by billionaire cash and super PAC money. And let's also organize in our DSAs. Let's organize the labor and the unions in our community in order to form a coalition on the local level that then we can build on as a foundation for future movements, okay? The best time to do it is right now. We have a lot of things going on at the local level that people can get involved in, like choosing what your local Democratic Party platform is even going to be. You can make your DSA more effective. And if you need help getting started, folks, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And if you don't want to join the Discord, you can come over to riverboat.gg and come over here and talk with either of them in the chat here. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable. It is sexy lingerie, non-tucking as well. And we have new styles, sizes, and colors coming in the near future. So please check that out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. There you go. More like Butt Cooper. I like it. I like it. Thank you.
As much as I wish Talarico arrived at his correct positions through internal reinforcement over external, he still is better than those that arrived at wrong ones.
True. True. It would be nice if people just did some soul searching and realized being kind to others is just generally the thing you should do, and everything else should spring from that, you know? Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 Tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate your support for this show. And thank you for helping to make it possible. And folks, for the rest of you, we've been going for how long now? Oh, almost 6 hours. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, please consider supporting the show with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this show possible. And I don't have any billionaire sponsors. I don't have a secret super PAC sponsor or anything like that. You guys make this show possible. And I really appreciate each and every one of you who subscribes or becomes a member or drops a dono or a sub. So thank you all for watching and showing up. Francis the Rogue, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. Have I tried calling Edward Gregorian? God. I'm still not over Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. God. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciated. It's Gerard Depardieu.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
Oh God, we have not made it significantly through what I planned today. Oh God. We have so much left to talk about. I think you know what? I think tomorrow it's 4:00 in the morning here, full disclosure, guys. I think I am going to go to bed now. But tomorrow we will pick up with Iran. We'll pick up with, kind of what happened with Illinois' 9th congressional district. We'll also jump into some of the other stuff I've prepped. We got so many things going on these days. It really is wild. It's really wild how insane everything is right now. Fuck, I did the thing where I lock into programming for 4 hours. I don't know how I sit here and just talk to you guys for like 6 hours straight. It's really weird sometimes. It's 5 a.m. and I never ate dinner. Shoot. I feel that. I feel that in my bones. Keep going till 6 or you're not a real gamer? I'm not a real gamer, I guess. Ever since I became a full-time politics streamer, I ain't got time for many games. Though, I did take some time off yesterday, and I played through the video game Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, and honestly, it was a good time. It was a fun like choose your own adventure game with musical elements. I enjoyed it. If you guys haven't like played it, I would recommend. It was an enjoyable time if you like musicals. Okay. Here, you know what? We'll play the trailer.
Lost girl, I know I'm not a lost girl, but this is all new, and I don't know what to do.
A killer is on the loose.
Calliope! Please, come on.
Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you?
We are the chorus, the gods who remain, hidden in your modern world. I'm afraid you have to die.
This isn't justice! I can prove myself. Everybody can feel the agony that's hidden there. Everybody can see the shallow grave we're digging here. Everybody, should we endure, should we interfere? Everybody, should I be part of this or disappear? Everybody wants to see you fall in love.
You can make us sing, but the song will always be ours.
It's really fun. Like interactive musical numbers as a concept, I really fucking enjoyed. And also, I really think that this should get like a sequel with way bigger funding, because I think it has a lot of potential. to be really fucking cool. Also, it's gay as hell, so you know that helps. So, folks, I gotta go. You'd probably like this too. Ooh, what is it?
You'd probably like this too.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub socket, Tanuki. What is this? Wait, I've heard of this.
なんで俺たちのペンションで死ぬんだ。落ち着いてくれ。一生はないのか。
なんでこんな死んだ奴らの後始末ばっかりしなきゃいけないんだ。後には引けないんだ。やるしかない。
お父さん、やるんなら早くしないと。
おい、やる方向かよ。
リチャード佐川です。ここは来てみなきゃわかんないって。ほら、ブランコだってこんな気持ちいいじゃないか。ああ。
I have seen that trailer before, but it did remind me that I still need to watch that movie. That movie is exactly my speed. All right. Good night, everybody. On that note, the happiness of the katakuris. Here's a link for the other folks in the other chats. Good night, folks. See you later today. Bye.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis." Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good, how she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her, how she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Well, in the streets of Dublin town, the rebels took their stand. With Pearse and Connolly by their side, they fought for Ireland. An end to British rule, me boys, and a cheer for Ireland. We will fight to the last, and with heart steadfast, see our island free in the end. Oh, the fighting was fierce in Dublin streets, but the rebels held their ground, defying the might of the British plight as the shells they began to pound. An end to British rule, me boys, and a cheer for Ireland. We will fight to the last, and with heart steadfast, see our island free in the end. The rebellion at last, it was sadly crushed, but now was it in vain? For it sparked a flame in the Irish heart that could never again be tamed. An end to British rule, me boys, and a cheer for Ireland. We will fight to the last, and with heart steadfast, see our island free in the end. Though many did pass, I can say at last that the rebels had their day, and the world hath seen the bravery of the heroes of 16. An end to British rule, me boys, and a cheer for Ireland. We will fight to the last, and with heart steadfast, see our island free in the end. An end to British rule, me boys, and a cheer for Ireland. We will fight to the last, and with heart steadfast, see our island free in the end.